Race the feels good. A new beginning. We are free at last.
Body to the Spate Championship Series. We are kicking off split one of the series tonight with our first regional. We'll be taking you through what to expect for the series as a whole as we run down the initial action here tonight. And when I say we, I of course mean the wonderful people you see on your screen. From left to right, we have a caster, a content creator for Spate who has been casting for about a year consistently now, worked in NA, APAC, and SSA for off-season events and RLCS, been heavily involved with casting in the comp scene, now getting into the bubble scene after the RLCS season with SCS. Please welcome Somber to the desk. How are you this evening?
I'm doing great, man. You guys get a little bit of a scuffed somber here. I'm over at a LAN up in Raleigh, North Carolina, so I'm casting live to you from the hotel. But I'm excited to be here nonetheless, and I'm looking forward to some great matches.
Shout out NC, of course. Up next in the middle, we have the showmatch caster, the upcomer, and the lad who talks a little bit too much sometimes. He is the king of Yap. It's Ground Zero. How are you, pal?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic. Thank you for that warm welcome here, Rhino. And it was great to be here involved with not only a great tournament, but some great talent on the booth as well.
Great talent. And rounding out that great talent here on the desk, last but not least, he's a dad gamer, veteran RLCS caster, and current Spate esports content creator. Welcome to the desk, Beaver. How are you today?
It is a great day. Any day that we get Rocket League action, it is a good one, especially with the cast that we got here. And of course, we got to talk a little bit about the host, Rhino Boy. How are you doing? Can't skip
Thank you
out on
very
you.
much. Of course. I'm very, very well. Thank you, Beaver. I appreciate the little shout out. Always useful. As we get into this pre-show. So, with that, I am going to talk us through the Spate Championship Series, and this is going to take a minute. So, desk, if I miss anything or something goes wrong, please shout out and let me know. Let's go. 16 teams compete each week for SCS ranking points. The winner of each week will get 16 points as well as $70. Second place will get 12 points as well as $30. And both third and fourth place get 9 points, continuing to decrease as you go down the list. The season is divided into 3 splits before our championship in September, with each split consisting of 3 regionals followed by a major. Each regional starts with a Swiss stage on Saturday, in which 8 teams will then progress to a single elimination Sunday to determine final positions for that regional. The 8 teams then with the most SCS ranking points over the 3 regionals, so that's in one split, will make it to that regionals major, which is a single elimination tournament with the most number of SCS points on the line. Lastly, 16 teams that get the most SCS points across all 3 splits, they will face off in our championship to cap off the season. Did I miss anything?
Sounds pretty good to me. It sounds like a lot of exciting Rocket League action.
Oh, yeah, we have got quite a lot to come up. So, with that said, let's go and have a look at our regional number 1 Swiss stage kickoff matches. We have, I'm sorry if I mispronounce any of these, G Buffo versus Patty Formula. We've got Filiaz taking on the Core, Pirates in a Bot taking on Next to NU, In-Person Uni taking on Pause Up, No Idea versus Colonizados, Chelsea FC, of course, from the homeland, versus Bohagski is what I'm going with. Last Min versus Silly Billies, and Cookie Munchers taking on Empty Space, which will be your first streamed game here on the Spate Esports Twitch channel. Gonna come over to Somber first to talk about what's gonna happen today. I kind of want to talk to you about, do you have any favorites? Any teams that you look at and go, yeah, they probably should be going on to maybe win the whole thing in this first regional?
I mean, obviously, you got to take a look at G Buffo. They were just a top 16 team this last regional, and they have been consistent in NA, being in that upper echelon of NA talent. Multiple Swiss stage appearances throughout the whole season. They've really been on a peak lately. So I think that obviously those of us who have been paying attention to kind of upper bubble tier two, maybe Rocket League here in the bubble scene, G Buffo got to be the favorites. But I also really like Pirates on a Bot. I think Wuzzy with Lev and Knight is going to be a really great team. You can chalk it up to Knight and Lev having all that chem and then bringing in a third, not probably playing as much as a trio, but I think that as things go on, we'll see them kind of bump up in the rankings. And then also next to new with Spoot on that team. I've been a frequent of next to new casting, so I know their core, but bringing Spoot in, I think, is going to beat them over the edge. So those are kind of my top three teams to look out for. Obviously, G Buffo, everyone knows who they are. Pirates on the Bot with Wuzzy is going to be an interesting team to follow, and then next to new, I think is going to be a sneakily good team for a lot of people watching.
A sneakily good team is exactly what I want to ask Ground Zero about as well. Are there any teams that you see on this list that you look at as potential underdogs, teams that maybe could surprise a few people's, upset the apple cart, if you will?
See, now I mostly have to agree with Somber's analysis on some of the teams there, but one team he definitely kind of overlooked, I have to say, is going to have to be City Billies. Now, if you don't know the roster, it's actually T. Corel, Darklight, and Bora, and Proto. Now, I don't know if Proto is a name that's quite well known in the scene itself. He's a top 100 player. Same with Darklight. They're both people. Darklight, though, he's been on a break. Some people might underestimate him because of that, but he's been pretty good. He's been playing off some 1v1s on stream. Been watching him very closely, so he's definitely someone to be keeping an eye on, both of them. And one of them is a sub, funnily enough. T. Corel, very seasoned player. We've seen him play on Stride Esports. We see him play weekly tournaments. A sad loss it is on the current old roster that he had to hop off from, but I think he could do very well with Bora, Darklight, and T. Corel. They might shake up the things overall. Otherwise, I think in-person unique Kevin. So much things to speak about Kevin because he's been an upcoming ones player. Will that transfer over to threes though? I think that's a very good question. But TNT and Vova, I have a lot of good things to speak for. There definitely are some dark horses that are lying in wait overall. But I think, overall going from the paperwork, I have to agree with Somber, but I'm all for surprises. I love a good surprise.
We certainly do love a good surprise. So last on the desk is, of course, Beaver. And we've had a few names being thrown out, right? A couple of key players, a couple of favorites. I want to speak to you specifically about players. Who are the big players who are going to be hitting those massive double touches, the huge flip resets? Who should we be looking out for across this stream tonight?
Well, it's tough for me to go against obviously big teams like G Buffo, right? Especially a player specifically I'll call out in Buffy. Buffy is a player who actually I broke into the RLCS scene with First Class. He was on that squad with Deck 5 Up, and Buffy rounded out that squad. And I know he has a flair for the mechanics as well. But individual players, I mean, you got to talk a little bit about this Fearlias team, right? They just came off a really good performance in the G2 Creator Cup. Fearless and Chile were there, so Chile, I saw him getting in there with the mechs, pretty techie on that board as well. So I'm surprised to see our first two didn't mention them at all with their recent success. But if we're talking about clips, said I think you got to look out for Buffy and G, man. That combination of just the twos players, they can make the solo play by themselves, but me, I got a flair for the passing, so I love to see those team plays as well.
Love the team plays, no doubt about that. However, it may be a little bit later on in the night that we actually see G Buffo play, because in the first instance, we have Cookie Monsters taking on Empty Space. That's M4, Plexi, and Linear taking on Gear, Crave, and Bolty. Somber, talk to me about some of these players. Are there any that catch your eye when I list those names out to you?
So actually, two really stand out in Plexi and Bolty. Both of those players have been at least around as long as I have, about a year. I probably more than that, but I know that they started to kind of have their come up. Plexi is a really great foundational player. Obviously, mechanics are going to be great from all these teams, but mechanical player as well. And then Bolty. Bolty is a very low key player. I feel like people may know them more from Twitter interactions than anything else. But when you watch Bolty play, it's something special. So for both sides, I think that those are going to be the players to watch. Obviously, they're going to have some great chemistry and some great some great team plays to be had. But I think that definitely keep your eye on Plexi and Bolty in these lobbies because they're going to make some noise.
Yeah, for sure. Ground Zero. It's almost as if the tournament organizer knows what they're doing, because these are our two closely ranked teams in the first Swiss stage. This is 8 going against 9. This should be a really, really close game. Is there a particular team on here that you see edging it out, and why?
Between Cookie Monsters and Empty Space.
Empty Space, yeah.
See, Plexi, I've also same as Somber said, I've had the delight of watching him linear. He's an on and off kind of player, as much as I've seen of him. It depends on the day. If he's feeling it, he is one of the most fantastic players I've ever seen. I think his name speaks for himself. He's been around. But Gear, he's gone to APAC. He's came back to NA. And he's definitely going to be come here for a showing. He's always trying to prove himself. I like his tenacity. Now, does he exhibit that in the overall lobby? That's a good question as well. Crave and Bolty. And I think Somber really hit the nail on the mark when it comes to accurately dubbing what was required, what we're going to be expecting from a lot of the players, and specifically just some certain spotlight ones. But overall, I think it might just be Empty Space taking it today. If they got a lot to prove, they're on 9th trying to come off against 8. They're gonna be coming here with the passion, and that actually does change a lot when it comes to the games itself as well. When you have a lot to prove, it's the pressures. Sometimes it does create some diamonds, and I think it might just be Empty Space today.
Beaver, I'm gonna give you a little bit of a difficult job here. We've Ground Zero's gone with Empty Space, and he's given us his reasons. I want you to give me a reason to watch this game, and why Cookie Monsters could potentially make that upset happen against Empty Space, who, as Ground Zero said, are coming off of a very, very good recent tournament.
It's a little bit of that old era versus new era, right, between Cookie Munchers and Empty Space. When you look at the Empty Space roster with Gear, Crave, and Bolty, you see players who have been around for a little bit, whether it's been in the substitute capacity or just trying to find their way inside of the bubble. A lot of these players have been active for a pretty long time. Now, when you bring into players like M4 and Plexi, a little bit newer to the scene, maybe a little bit hungrier, maybe something to prove, maybe ready to munch on those cookies that they have inside of that. So I potentially see this kind of new era, new, techie wave that you got coming in that could perhaps get Cookie Munchers the win. And it's not exactly an upset either, right? I mean, we're talking an 8 seed versus 9 seed, something that is going to be very, very close. I mean, they are 8 seeded, a little bit higher for the reasons, not quite an upset, but like I said, with the new age coming through, they may have something to prove here on a little bit bigger of a stage.
Awesome. So, with that all said, we've given reasons for and against both teams. I want a series score prediction from each of you for this game, starting with Somber. Best of 5 series score. Who's taking it?
I'm gonna say 3-1 to Cookie Monsters. Just because I can't doubt Plexi. Plexi's been on a tear, man, and I gotta give them the advantage. I can see it going 5, but I'm gonna predict 4. 3-1 for Cookie Monsters.
3-1 for Cookie Monsters. Ground Zero. Talk to me.
Ooh, I'm doing a lot of talking as well. As I said, King of Yap right here. So it's like Beaver said, they're very closely seeded, 8 to 9, and I think the game will be equally just as close. I think we're gonna be taken to a Champions Field Game 5 performance all the way through. But my heart is still on the cards for it's gonna have to be Empty Space here. I'm gonna have to give. Please don't let me down. No, Gear, Craven, Bolty. It's 3-2. It's 3-2 in their favor for me today.
And then it's going to be Beaver. Last but not least, we've had one for Empty Space, one for Cookie Monsters. Who are you giving the edge to?
Well, I have to agree with Ground Zero sentiments. I also believe a Game 5 is coming between these ones. And, maybe you try to convince myself with that question to go on the side of Cookie Munchers, but I just can't do it right now. I think it's going to be Empty Space, the experience that is going to take them through into this Game 5. I think they're going to come out on top 3-2.
Well, folks, I think that might just be enough talking, enough yapping, and I think it's time that we watch some Rocket League. How about that? Game number 1 here for the first regional of the Spate Championship Series 2024 will get underway. Cookie Monsters taking on Empty Space as your casters are Somber and Beaver. Take us away, chaps.
Very good.
I think we're still live, honestly. So I'm gonna keep talking. I
Yeah,
thought
you
that,
keep
I thought that was a
going.
great
I-
through. You
I-
know?
I'm
I
I'm
thought
trying
that
to
was a really good
figure
throw.
out what's going on.
It is what
But-
it is.
I mean,
Yeah.
just a little bit extra to get into the game, right? I mean, this is
Yeah,
this is part of the whole hosting caster thing, right? You got to be able to
It
fill
happens.
some
It happens.
time
We got time to
at the
fill.
inside
It's all
here.
good. Apparently, we're just waiting on the casters to get into chats, into the game. It's all good. We've got no problems, but we do have some time to fill. So we will be waiting a little bit longer for that first game, as other games will be taking place around the SCS regional number 1 here. We have all sorts of games kicking off, and as we get news about the results from each of those, we will bring them to you, of course. So it does look like we do have players in lobby. It's just that we are waiting for our wonderful casters here. So Ground Zero, going to come back to you for a moment. We are obviously going to be watching this wonderful Cookie Monsters versus Empty Space game. However, are there any other games that are taking place in this first rounds that you specifically look at and go, oh, that would be a really fun one to watch?
See, now Chelsea FC, like home ground. We're living in Britain and Ireland. You and me, we're native. We've seen the rivalries
We sure are.
of the great game, of the gentleman's game over here. When it
course.
comes to every other game, for Chelsea, I'm not a big Chelsea supporter, but they may just change me, especially since the people that are playing are Pig Beast, Nano Poison, and Velocity, along with their sub is Mint. I don't think there's gonna be a need for him today because I believe that all the players are available. So Pig Beast, Nano Poison, Velocity. What a great player, and I think he might be definitely interesting. But Jiski, Boa Jiski. Now that is a team we didn't really get much of a time to talk about, but Taha Jiski and Bosco Boy. Now Bosco Boy, I had the delight of having him follow my Twitter a bit ago, so that was a really funny moment. I just hopped on Twitter the next morning and he's just following. I'm like, what is this guy doing following me of all people? But yeah, Jiski, amazing player. I'm hoping to have him on a couple of times now for some future content, but he's always been a player that's been around the scene. He's always been floating in the bubble, along with Taha. Taha was on the X Clover org for a good while, so you could definitely tell this man's been a very experienced, along with being a very, very experienced SSL. He's had a lot to say, along with coaching. He dabbles in a lot of stuff, so he's the main strategist of that team. Bosco Bujinski, I believe they're just going to be following his role. So, along with both of them, there is a big difference, 6 to 11. But sometimes those kind of seedings don't really do well, and they can be they can be shocking sometimes how they can twist around there, Rhino.
Yeah, they certainly can. And the King of Yap comes through once again to fill out the time. Thank you very much, Ground Zero. We appreciate you here. As we do have the game ready now, it will be Cookie Monsters taking on Empty Space. Your casters once again are Beaver and Somber. Take us away, chaps.
Yeah, so ready to get back into the lobby here. A little bit of a delay to get into there, but you got it back with the Spate Esports content creators, of course, myself and Somber coming at you for this game 1. Somber and I, we've only done Spate matches together, so this is the first time where we're kind of going against each other, I would say, as now we got different teams to root for here. You thought a 3-1 here for the Cookie Munchers. I got Empty Space in 3-2.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be nice to not have to be quite as disappointed when the people that I'm rooting for are going down, because there are definitely some times where we had some unfortunate matches for Spate playing Gen G, G2, SSG, where things were just not going the way of our guys, and it was tough to watch. But here it's going to just be all great vibes, good gameplay. Even though I want Plexi to come out with a early win here to kick off SCS and watch them shine, I won't be mad with whatever outcome we see.
I think we're just ready to get SCS underway. It's been quite the delay to go back, and really went a wonderful way to kick off at least our off season here to get going here. So players getting ready to jump up in the lobby. And sometimes, some players maybe you haven't seen before, a kind of coming out party for these players as well. But this match kicking off now. It's Cookie Munchers versus Empty Space with Spade Esports Championship Series.
And off the kickoff immediately, it's Linear trying to get things going downfield. Crave with a good pop in the midfield has a flip reset taken away. And right now, looking through some latency variation, looks like Bolty tried to get a touch off that back wall, but couldn't quite get the touch. And right now, pressure building. Plexi had a good shot. Linear with a good 50. And right now, it's now Empty Space going the opposite way.
Quick shot towards net by Crave. Did go a little wide. The counterattack is on, but Bolty is back. Dunked on by Linear. Had zero boots. Just threw himself at it. Got to the ball here. Bolty looking to get the flick over the top. It's Linear come back check on the play. Corner double towards the box. It's Gear. Plexi beats him out. Counterattack back on for Empty Space.
Looking for a shot opportunity. Crave gonna try to make something happen, but Linear is gonna get that one to go. Empty Space is up on the board first. Bolty just caught out awkward. Crave thought they could get the touch ahead, but Linear with a great read is gonna get one early for Empty Space.
And I believe that is flipped around there, perhaps. So we'll get that overlay updated for you. It is, of course, Cookie Munchers
100%.
taking the first goal there. M4 Plexi tries to add a second and does. A quick response there. Plexi gets the big 50. M4 just beats him out. Plexi stays on the plate just over the top of Crave and under the bar.
Yeah, Plexi, just quick player. That's what they do. They're able to get those quick plays underneath, get those quick reads, especially things bouncing off that ceiling, and you have basically every option. Defense is just basically waiting for you to make a play on it. Make a play they did, and yeah, you're right. It's Cookie Monsters over on the orange team, and they find themselves out too early. It's now M4 trying to make another play happen at the midfield. Gear goes for the bump on Plexi, but just completely misses. Able to get a pinch central. Crave with the clear out into the corner. Linear air dribble play. Has Bolty waiting on that back wall. Bolty gets a great 50 out. Gear trying to take it over the top of the defense, but Plexi down below. Able to get a flip reset. Past Crave. Actually, Crave was able to get a piece of that. Good defensive play from Crave and Empty Space coming out here. Bolty has a little bit of room to work with and a bodyguard downfield. Huge flick up above. That's Crave to the backboard. Double tap opportunity. Crave gonna sink the shot and respond with a banger of their own. Bolty putting in the legwork to set that one up, and Crave finishes the job. Great team play by Empty Space to cut the lead in half.
A good answer there by Empty Space to get one going, and that's a highlight reel one for sure. That's a great play just to get that backflip pop up. Just throw it high. Let your teammate hit the double tap. Crave was there to make it happen. Continuing the play here, it is Plexi. Talked about the mechanics from Plexi. Puts the Musty on target. M4 just a little bit over the top, and now it's Bolty. Trying to go coast to coast here. Puts a 50 underneath. Plexi's there to pick up the save. Plexi towards the midfield. Nobody home besides Crave. Maybe a flip to work with. Goes for a second. Punches off the bar there, but a back and forth match so far, Somber. It's kind of been a little bit of the team plays coming through, which is, I'm a fan of the passing play.
Oh yeah, 100%. We saw that a lot during the last RLCS split. But here, I will say it looked very dominant for Cookie Munchers here in the opening minute, and then Empty Space has done really well to cope with the pressure that they've been putting on, and they're starting to put on some pressure of their own as Bolty tried to get a passing play off that back wall. But they're starting to hold that midfield really well and really trying to keep their offense pushing in this orange half. But a big whiff going to come through, open up a lane as M4, but doesn't need him to get the bump. Linear just going to take the long shot and punish off the whiff. Bolty just couldn't make contact with the headlights, and Linear going to extend the lead back to 2 for Cookie Monsters with a minute 54 on the clock. Still plenty of time to come back from that 2-goal deficit.
That's a good effort by Crave to get there as well, but perhaps danger off the kickoff as Gear able to stay calm there. Makes the double save, not the triple save, as the kickoff went all in favor of Cookie Munchers. 3 attempts to get it home, but it still counts either way.
Yeah, that was a beautiful save from Gear, but just couldn't quite find that clear out into the corner. It's a very risky kind of touch to try to go for that. It's going to lead to a lot of mistouches, and we saw one there where it was a very easy punish, and now a 3-goal lead for the boys over on Cookie Monsters.
That one is a bit of a team pinch that went down. Almost the power of friendship. I think all three of them perhaps got a nose on that one. Goal across the box. Just speed is too quick. Plexi puts through another one off the assist from M4.
Yeah, again, just another beautiful team play, setting things up, gets that, like, you know, I like to say the little gutter ball pass coming out of the corner, using that back wall to their advantage, and just the speed in this final minute that we've seen after that opening minute. I was saying that they were starting to get some pressure for empty space, but it's almost like Cookie Monsters heard me say that and then just turned on the Jets and have been playing at a breakneck speed since I made that comment just to prove me wrong. But I had nothing but faith that Plexi would be able to kick things into that second gear and get this team moving. And they're doing just that as they're going to try to find their teammate, pre-jumping them, but a great defensive stand. Still, cleanup goal available. Great save comes out from Gear, and it's still lingering out in front of that empty space box. Volty plays it down below and finally able to clear this out to the midfield. As a counter by Gear, big dunk comes through, follow-up shot, not going to be able to connect, and it's now Cookie Monsters going the other way.
Yep, M4 shot towards net is going to go a little wide. Gear's been clearing out on that back line, but the offensive attack definitely stalled out for empty space here. Domination heavily in favor of Cookie Munchers. 30 ticks to go. Here's Gear, looks to collect around the back wall. Just has Crave just parked in the corner there. He's just waiting for a boost that never came. Are they going to get paid for it? No. Gear's going to punch that out. M4. Back touch. Maybe a psycho. We'll see there. Not enough pace on it, but I like the attempt here as we got 10 to go here. It's been a match dominated so far by these Cookie Munchers. They've had the lead coast to coast, and they will continue here as they kick off SCS with a 5-1 victory.
Yeah, very commanding win for Plexi, Linear, and M4. Really coming out and showing that, you know, they deserve to maybe be a little bit higher. Some maybe unfavorable matchups in that qualifier. But hey, you know, you made it to that main event. And just like RLCS, this is where you prove yourself. Swiss stage is where you come out, you get those wins, you show that you're a meaningful team with lots of potential and lots of firepower behind you. Plexi, Linear, M4, lots of firepower behind that team with a 5-1 win is absolutely astounding to come out and have that kind of a performance here in game one.
Absolutely. You talk about, again, that score sheet. It is Linear coming through with the hat trick, but M4, not to be denied, 4 assists from M4. I mean, you take that result all day, just opening up that playmaking ability to let the scorers score. So you take that result every time, of course, in the 5-1 to kick off SCS. But now it's about the bounce back. This Gear squad, they have an empty space. You just got to get something going here. You lost coast to coast there. Look for this first one to get the snowball rolling, but it is empty space and Cookie Monsters game 2 coming at you.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. Got to come out and show what kind of metal you're made of and see how you can bounce back in these tough series, because coming in, this is an 8 versus 9 seed, and you're only going to get tougher with a win through here. And competition is going to start getting stiff as you start getting those losses racked up as well, because no one wants to just be an 0-3 team out in Swiss. But empty space are going to have to just shake off a 5-1 loss, which in game 1 is probably easier than if it's game 2, right? You still have two more games in that series at a minimum to try and, you know, tighten back up, get the mental right. And these guys have been around long enough that a blowout win like that is not going to affect them. And Crave showing us right there that mental is not a factor. They're going to just go ahead, get a great video from Gear to set them up and just tee up the shot, get the first one on the board for empty space.
It's a great low 50 by Gear and just a rushing up from Crave there to grab the goal. You mentioned a little bit again about that Swiss stage. So we are playing all 5 rounds today. Those unfamiliar with the Swiss, you only play teams with the same record as you. If you win 3, you move on to that top 8. If you lose 3, you are done. Of course, you are looking to keep those extra lives as long as possible, and tying up the series here would bode, of course, very well here for Empty Space, and they got the goal to open it up, and it is Gear coming across the goal line again with the save. He's pretty good at sweeping across that goal line. We see him back as the third man, at least in these first 2 games, but when the third man rolls up, somebody has to replace him. M4, the playmaker from last game, gonna stuff this one home off the feed from Plexi.
Yeah, M4, you know, they don't just have to be the assist maker. They could be the goal taker as well. They get the first one on the board, and Plexi showing that they can get good passing plays as well. I will say Plexi, they had some great moments in game number 1, but were not as loud as I thought they were going to be. M4 and Linear, like you said, Linear coming out and scoring the hat trick. M4 not to be outdone, having 4 assists in that game. They came out hot and firing on offense. If that's what's working for you, don't need to have Plexi popping off. A Plexi pop off would definitely be great for momentum, but you don't necessarily need it. You got 2 other players that are feeling hot, so go ahead and feed that while you got it.
Oh, that's an open net miss from M4. Had it wide open. Couldn't find the net here. Crave looks for the flip reset, gets a bump instead. Plexi, player to watch here. We've been talking about how Techie looking to make a flip reset play happen. But it is Balti who intercepts. Going to be looking for the double tap. Bumped off the play by M4. Crave went for a shot. Linear comes through with the 50 out. Gear tried that corner double. Not able to find one. Found Linear and the ball there. As this one goes back into the Empty Space half. M4, quick developing play here. Waterfalls down. Hanging out in front of the goal box. Crave pushes it away, but Plexi keeps it in here. Ball floats in over the top of the goal box. Balti with a quick wall dash to get some speed. Gets faked past one, but maybe faked himself too as he lost possession. Linear, infield pass to Plexi, looking for the double tap. Hangs it up for anybody from Cookie Munchers to come, but nobody home. That was an offensive opportunity that was thwarted.
Yeah, the defense has been absolutely stellar for Empty Space. Gear dodging the bump and getting the flick up. Trying to push this thing downfield with no boost, but defense here looking much better. We saw it much improved after that opening minute in game 1. But here it is just on another level. They really have Cookie Munchers dialed in for game 2, keeping this at a 1-1 scoreline. And really just got to key in on that offensive side. They haven't had as many good looks, but they have had quality looks, and that's going to be a quality look as Crave going to get the drop down from Gear and put themselves back out in front. Gear, all eyes on them with that flip reset, just lets it go down below, and Crave finishing off the play to get them in front here with 95 on the clock.
It's that deception play, right? You got the screen, you got a player who's got that flip to work with, and you say, you know what? It's not him. It's going to be me, as they tried to stuff that one in, but Gear thwarted by Linear there along the back wall. Linear, dribble play is on. Went for a little, I'm not quite sure what that was, that flip. Maybe a turtle-ish flick? Not sure. Little cartwheel, we'll call it. Nothing doing there. Crave puts that onto the back wall. M4 with a big miss. Plexi able to clean it up there, but no boost to continue the attack. Wins the low 50 anyway, and gets a big boost steal. Could be an opportunity here for Cookie Munchers, but the counterattack quickly started by Empty Space. It would have been a dangerous opportunity. Now it's just Balti getting that along the midfield. Off for the low 50. The backflip touch. We saw it work in game 1. Not so in game 2. Off the back wall is M4. Looking to go coast to coast. Gets the touch towards the net. Balti has to do with Plexi's pressure. Able to clear that off the line. The wrong way, Gear. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Okay, Crave, great touch. I was gonna say, Balti has been coming up clutch on both ends of the pitch. Had a big moment in game 1, and a big moment there with their defensive play, and then almost got a own goal from their teammate in response for it. But Empty Space hold on through a very risky situation, and now with 15 seconds on the clock, you really got to get on your horse here. If you're Cookie Munchers, you're in a prime opportunity. 10 seconds left on the clock. Drop down shot. Linear gonna cap off that opportunity with a goal here in late game. Pressure is all on you. Plexi has to get out of the way and does so perfectly. Linear to dunk it. And we got a tie game heading into this final kickoff.
Perhaps bonus Rocket League incoming here with 7 ticks to go here in game 2, or maybe not. Balti with the opportunity for the double tap gets stuffed by 2 players, and this one bounces awkwardly back. It's perhaps the counterattack, and Linear has to make a, Gear had to make the save on Linear. It was dangerous for both teams there with 0 seconds.
Yeah, if you're Cookie Munchers, you're looking just at that opportunity off the kickoff, like, oh no, it's over, and then the counter attack immediately back, and we're so back, and then it's overtime. But here we are, 17 seconds in, and both sides just playing a little bit of back and forth, some ping pong Rocket League here. Flexi trying to take down below, but it's Gear over the top to get the 50 dunk and the demo on the back line. Linear has to go. 2 members up. Linear able to make the save. M4 trying for a good 50 at the midfield. Gear able to take control. Maybe go a bit early on that flick. Both defenders had lots of time to try to read that, track it down where it's going in the goal box. Pop high, left up for Gear. Gear into the corner. Awkward situation here for Cookie Munchers. They survive for now. Bolty putting another shot on Linear with another save. And it's now free ball at the midfield. Crave trying to get this one back to Bolty. Bolty sends it the wrong direction. And neither team can quite find their footing here in overtime on offense. It's just these quick little looks and then the ball is right out of your possession.
Back and forth so far. Each team just hoping the other makes the mistake. It's a huge one either way here in game 2. This series is either tied up or Cookie Munchers is going to be on match point. So this golden goal here, ever critical here as you are looking to get a hot start here. The 1-2 passing play, it's in. Too much sauce from Gear off the feed from Crave. Golden goal for Gear, and this one tied up 1-1.
Gear falling back to the ground and Crave just putting it exactly where they're going to land and giving them a perfect shot opportunity here to ice it in overtime. Elite play by Empty Space to clutch up and ice it. And you're back to even now in this series. So that's going to be some great momentum heading through. And I might look like I just don't know ball, you know?
I mean, game 5 is looking good from what we've seen, of course, so far. Gear, your MVP there with a 1-2-3, a goal, 2 assists, and 3 saves on the board there. A player that was everywhere. I talked about it a little bit in the pre-show. He's got some experience, maybe looking to make his marks. Been a sub on multiple squads, most recently that a crew squad. Looking to say, hey, I could be in that starting field as well. And of course, they are looking to keep that momentum here into game 3. A double tap by Bolty, not able to get through. It was a tough angle to get there without boost, but kept the pressure on regardless. Over towards Gear. Gear not able to make the touch. A little inverted there, looks to go wall to air. Touch off the ceiling, just gets a little bit away from him. Opts to go for the bump. Linear still able to make the touch away as Plexi gets a player there. And you talked a little bit about Plexi. A quiet game 2 as well from Plexi, looking to really break that player out.
Yeah, that's a rattler off the crossbar. But yeah, you're right. I would love to see Plexi turn things up a little bit more. I know that they were frequents with I believe it was Life and I forget and Thule for 100X during the RLCS season. So maybe it's just new team. I don't know the context behind M4 Linear. Maybe it's just you trust that as a duo a little bit more, play a little bit more of that passive third man, play a little bit more support. But I would like to see Plexi have a breakout game. I know they're capable of it. I know the caliber of player they are. But right now, it has been I wouldn't say bad, but definitely quiet.
Quiet for sure, but of course, plenty of time here to wake up if you're Plexi. Bolty puts that down. They like to run this play a lot where they just punch it off the wall and tries to get that centering touch. You can definitely tell this Empty Space team if they're either just not confident in the solo play or just a favor for the pass. Again, I talk about it a little bit during RLCS as well. When you get into plays of this caliber, right? I mean, obviously all players in SSL or about there in this series, it's hard to get solo plays going. So you really got to focus on the misdirection and, the screenplay that we saw earlier with the flip reset and then the second person comes from behind. Or again, just that good old infield pass just to get that out of the way. Do you think they have it in them to do these solo plays in Empty Space, or do they have to be a passing team?
I think that they definitely have it in them. I don't think that it's not in their bag, so to speak. But I think that definitely it opens things up for the solo plays, right? If you're in the air and you're dropping it down central, or you're hitting the backboard looking for a bounce out pass or a waterfall down for a teammate rather than a double tap, it's going to force the other team to respect the team play, which is going to open things up. They're going to be a little bit frazzled and try to play multiple options rather than just, hey, I see you on the ball. You've been going for solo plays. I'm going to go ahead and pre-jump you. So having the infield passing as something that you are showing that you're elite at is going to open things up for you offensively for those solo plays. And I definitely think that they're up to that task. But right now, they just haven't quite earned that respect from the Cookie Munchers to open up those solo plays. So I think that's why they still keep trying to go to that well of getting those infield passes. That one might work out. It's just off the crossbar, and no one can make contact on that cleanup, but they still continue the pressure as Crave has a flip reset, looking for a solo play. Crave can't get it, but Gear on janitorial services gets the cleanup goal, and that's going to finally break the stalemate between these two teams with only a minute and 43 seconds left on the clock.
And you just looked at the boost state there for Cookie Munchers. Absolute nothing in the tank for any of the three players, and the two players with boost are the two that were involved with the goal. There is a rule one. Oh, Gear breaks it. Boo, Gear, boo. I don't care if it was on the wall or not. You hang on to that thing. Maybe some rule one karma coming in here in the last 90 seconds. Gear flips one towards net. Plexi is going to be there to backflip into that one. Picks up their third save. Crave punches that towards the goal box. It is Linear that goes over the top. Plexi tries to get involved there. Once again, beaten out by Bolte. Bolte towards the net. Looking for two. Linear denies their third save as well. We come up on 69 seconds left into the game.
Yeah, we're slowly ticking down towards that 1 minute mark. And the offense for Cookie Munchers has been fairly lackluster. Plexi tried to get a goal line dunk, but can't get it to go. And yeah, the way we saw them come out in game one, you really expect more here in a tight game. But as almost an own goal, great save by Plexi. And that one
Plexi.
coming off the side of the goal, able to get that maybe a little sideways squishy save, we'll call it. Oh, big punish from Crave, though. You don't take it across your own back line when you're trying to clear it, especially.
Look at the boost again, Somber. They got nothing.
When you got nothing in the tank, you can't try to get that possession play. It bounced out of the corner, and you're trying to go for the catch there. You're just going to get dunked. Linear has an opportunity. No boost. Again, you try to rush these kickoff plays. You're not able to get those small pads on the way to goal. Nothing's going to come of it. And right now, up two seems pretty commanding here for empty space.
And I was just talking about it, but in terms of consumption, this empty space squad is over 1,000 boost more that they've had from this squad. And you could tell just again on these plays, both of the goals, the players that were defending the back line had absolute nothing. And I think Crave kind of realized that and said, hey, I think they're out. We just stole the boost in the corner. I'm just going to rush. And by rushing, he was able to just dunk that one in and get them the insurance goal. But you got to do either better in conserving the boost, or you got to start picking up those small pads. It can't be big boost all the time. You got to do something to keep yourselves off of zero, defending on your goal line, especially with a team like this. They're too smart for that. The experience is going to get them going, and they're going to say, hey, I think they're out. Let's go forward, or let's get the boost deal. Let's get a bump. Let's do something. And that, I mean, it was really the story of game 3 here. They just have to answer here in game 4. And it's hard to say, hey, if you get more boost, you're going to win. But that's a rattling loss there for Cookie Munchers, especially after such a dominant game 1. Game 2, it went to overtime, and you're like, hey, maybe we could have won that one. That one was not close from jump. So they really got to answer here in game 4.
Yeah, and especially being on match point, you might have come out and thrown your only haymaker of the series in game 1 and then just dropped 3 straight. But yeah, I like what you're saying about the boost totals. Got to find a way to get those small pads. Go back to the fundamentals. Remember your boost lanes. Don't just see ball, go ball, and then realize you have 3 boosts left in your tank when trying to go for a play. Try to just, I know you don't want to slow things down per se, especially with how fast and upbeat this offense for empty space can be. but take that extra beat to find a boost lane and pick up 30 boost. That's a great save from Gear. But yeah, that, and you got to find a way to build some kind of pressure. I know it's hard on low boost, but you can zero boost challenge to delay things a bit and have someone else go grab some boost to get in the tank and make a play. And we're just not seeing that attack from Cookie Munchers that we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, the killer instinct needs to just jump up. And as you said, right, even if you don't, I mean, you can't overcommit with no boost, right? But you can also, of course, try to force a play to allow your teammates to get back and get something going. The 1-2 play, almost the give and go between Crave and Bolty, not able to come to fruition there as that one goes to the left side of the post. Here it is, Plexi. It's the backflip touch there, but loses possession over to Crave. M4 is there. M4, we saw him continue to pass the rock in game 1, has been a little bit quiet ever since. Bolty continuing on. It's that deception play again. Crave for 2. Can't find the double down. You like him to get that one. That one hurts.
Yeah, you gotta love when you go for the double tap and you pinch it straight up into the ceiling. Bolty definitely gonna look back, and if this is another low scoring game, and especially play, but especially if it doesn't go your way, if you're empty space, Bolty's gonna look back at that as linear, just gonna take it basically coast to coast, go slightly outside of their own corner for the takeoff, and just perfect touch, drop it in the breadbasket, get the first goal on the board for Cookie Munchers since that overtime loss. So it's been quite a while since you put a goal up on the board, and good on you for doing it here before halftime.
It's just so tough for empty space there, because I'm kind of like, hey, do they have that flashy play in them, or is it just going to be the simple passing play? Here finally goes, you know what? I'm going to pre-jump one off the ceiling. I can be techie too. And it gets blown, and then they get scored on the counterattack from it. It just feels bad for that. Bolty trying to rush this one down. Go ahead, Somber.
I was going to say, I think that was more of a heat check than anything. You know, they're feeling themselves, so you go for that pre-jump.
I mean, yeah. I mean, why not, right? I mean, you got, of course, plenty of game to go with. If you hit that play, it's over. It's 100% over. And Gear is able to come through there off a clean 50 from Crave to get that through. But, you know, a play like that with the pre-jump off the ceiling, that is the dagger for sure on a team that is already against the ropes. So I respect the play, and especially the confidence to say, hey, we can get it back. If we go down 1, we're scoring at least 2. And they did their answered up here in the second half. They're going to go knotted up here in a game that, once again, Cookie Munchers has to have to force the game 5.
Yeah, a game 5 prediction on the desk, and right now, Empty Space is looking to seal the deal in 4, but M4 not going to be going out quietly. They want this series to go. They want to see Champs Field. Big bump on Bolty, and just no one left in net. They're able to get that one to go and find themselves back out ahead here. 1:47 on the clock. Gotta just play clean Rocket League the rest of this game. But a kickoff goal for Bolty.
We're playing 3s, right? I mean, everybody cheats in 3s. Oh, Linear just missed. I missed him going through. Bolty, hey, take that one. Just walk it on in. You love that if you're empty space.
Yeah, quick equalizer. That's what you love.
The hard cheat versus the soft cheat. Soft cheat able to go through there with the win. Game now to back up. But that's a big miss from Gear. Bolty hunting along the back line. Linear makes some pay. A pixel perfect shot just inside the left post there. Back and forth the seesaw goes as Cookie Munchers regains the lead.
Are we about to be in for the final 100 seconds just being an absolute shootout between these two teams? Is this just going to be when the two best three-point shooting teams find each other in a clutch moment and they're just trading threes back and forth for the final minute? Is that what we're in for tonight?
It very well could be, as Plexi gets the kind of the little roof touch there to float it up. So we come up here. It is Bolty down towards the path there. Gear with a nice touch. A big 50 by Gear as well. M4 along that post, able to take it down here. Bucko 5 left to go on the clock here as Plexi tried to get that one towards the midfield stripe. It is going to be Gear. Linear Intercepts here. He's got Bolty to deal with along the back wall. Looking for a bump, perhaps. Plexi trying to force that one through. And it is 50'd out. But of course, Cookie Munchers, they are content with this staying in the empty space half. They are up the goal here with 45 ticks to go. It is linear. Tried to add the insurance. It's Gear with no boost, able to backflip that one out. Bolty floats one up. Plexi puts that towards M4. Crave looks to intercept. M4 puts that pass. Gear with a good read, but re-50'd out of there as we got 30 ticks to go here. A game 5 in the works, unless Empty Space can come up with one soon.
Yeah, they're really going to need to get going here. Bolty trying to lead that charge and had Crave, but no boost available to make that final little bit of a reach, but gets a good 50 out of the corner. Gets the demo on the back line. Things still lingering here in the orange half. Crave opts not to go. Bolty tries to set them up with the backboard pass, but can't get it to go. It's a good 50 out. And then they keep that one midfield for Cookie Munchers. They keep it up. It's Bolty. Has to try to get back to this one. Linear just going to spike it down and send us to Game 5 champs field between these two squads. Cookie Munchers definitely needed that win. It's going to be a huge mental boost to them after being shut out last game. It's going to be absolutely massive going into Game 5, having that late game comeback and then just parking the bus and holding on defense.
Yeah, it's a little bit of what do you do when you get punched in the mouth there, and they were able to come up quickly with an answer there. Gear tried to hang on. They had 6 saves on that one as we
Ridiculous.
are waiting through here. But either way, it is Champions Field between these two. Ground Zero and I, at the current moment, we're at least half right. If Empty Space can come through, they make us look real good. If not, hey, Somber is just a game off. Either way, they don't care about what the casters pick. They just want to stay up in that 1-0 and give them their 3 lives still as they enter into the second round. It has started off with Empty Space throwing some shots on target early. Look at this again. Not a lot of boost as Plexi tries to make the play, but he did force long enough. M4 with a full tank. Gear flip reset. Try to get one through M4. M4 just parked it. Able to get there and then takes a smart 50. Crave puts that towards the back wall. Plexi able to clear this out. Another thrown in. Gear with the foot race over towards Linear. M4 is there to make the save. Crave, second opportunity. Banger that finds the crossbar and out. Now it's Gear's opportunity to throw one back towards net against M4 with no boost. Making the 3rd save already. And the defense holds strong for Cookie Munchers in Game 5.
Yeah, defense has been absolutely elite here in the opening minute and 5 seconds, but a demo comes out and
Demolition
Bolty
Derby.
gonna get the ground pinch off the demo from their teammate. It says, "Thank you for your service, kind sir. I'm gonna reward you with just rocketing this one into the back of the net with a ground pinch." And I was gonna say, right before that, we haven't seen too much like hyper aggression. We haven't seen the demo plays come out. We've seen some bumps. We saw some chaos and some little bumps here and there. Plexi is going to respond with everyone kind of scrambling on that back line. M4 gets a nice touch off that sidewall and a great 50. And Plexi just there to clean up, a great placement to get it over Gear. But I love to see that the aggression is finally starting to come out here in Game 5. This is when you need to go all out. Go for those demo plays. Play aggressive. I know you don't want to lose here, but it's not like this is single Elam. If you drop the series, you're still alive, and you're able to play through the rest of Swiss. So start going for this kind of stuff. Start going for those demo plays. We saw it pay off massively for Empty Space to start the game, and I'd love to see more of that aggression for both sides.
Yeah, the thing in a Game 5 in a series that has been as close as this one, you need to continue to try to play to win the game and not play just to not lose it. And this one stuffed on through. It's a hero play by Plexi. Linear is going to get credit for the goal, but Plexi makes this one happen. Gets the flip reset. Bolty can't clear it off the line. He tried to musty it off of the back line. Linear saw the weakness, able to punch that one through. Cookie Munchers in control here with 3:13 to go.
Yeah, Linear, just great awareness to realize that Bolty is in an awkward position. The worst thing that they're going to do to you there is they're going to be able to get power on that musty and get it over your head, but you have your last man right behind you to keep that one cleaned up at the midfield. So why not go all out? Chances are you're not going to get countered that easily because you're in pretty good positioning. So just go for it, and go for it. They did, and it paid off with a go ahead goal here in a very clutch moment. Cookie Munchers, that game one hung up a crooked 5-1 scoreline, and then have kind of slowed down and at times struggled against this empty space team. And you love to see that they're looking shades of game one Cookie Munchers here, and
Oh, he's got to
it's a
find
great
Crave
regain.
here.
They find Gray, but better defense coming out from Plexi. Plexi as well coming out. I feel like we've said their name a bit more, but Gear, we can't say their name enough. Gear has been making play after play after play for this empty space squad, and they do it again here to tie things up just after halftime. Linear couldn't get a hand on that one to get it out of the back of the net, and it's a 2-2 scoreline, 2:19 on Champs Field, Game 5.
And it came once again off of the bump play. Bolty just threw himself at M4 in the net, was able to get a touch on him to push him out of the goal box. Linear tried their best to make it their way through, ends up getting charged with the own goal, but you got to do something to keep that one out of your net. Not one that you genuinely say, hey, that's a bad end goal. No, he's just trying to make a touch there. Deception play almost works again. This one floats down to a dangerous spot as Crave pushes it away. We've seen that a lot where that initial player goes for the attempt and it's somebody else who cleans up after the initial player pulls off. Gear over to Crave. The 1-2. It's absolutely scorched into the back of the net. A fireball at 77 miles an hour puts empty space back in front.
Yeah, Crave, see you later. You're not reading that. Like, that was an absolute missile into the back of the net. There's no way you're going to be able to read that with enough time to get the reaction saved and make it meaningful. And yeah, empty space, big turnaround. Cookie Munchers, they had the momentum coming out of game 4. They were looking good. They were starting to look polished. Gear looking for the double tap, can't connect. This one's still dangerous out in front of the orange box, but a great clear comes out. Bolty, not to be outdone, going to keep the pressure alive. And it's Gear again, putting a shot of pressure on target. 30 boost in the tank, leaves that one for Bolty to take over. A little bit more resources to work with. Goes for the narrow angle double tap, almost gets it to hit. And again, Gear, it just feels like Gear is everywhere they need to be in this game 5. And making those clutch touches, getting those great saves, setting up things, getting shots on target, wasting time off the clock, just doing everything they need to try to secure this win.
Yeah, and Gear, that game 1 I was talking about, just kind of just sweeping along the back line a lot, has definitely taken a more aggressive first to second man approach. Mind you, last game he had 6 saves, so he obviously was doing stuff in the defensive half as well. But you just see him working, and as you say, just kind of a flash. He seems to be all over the pitch, always seems to have boost in the tank ready to go, and they are going to need it. Here's the last 20 seconds. Rolling off the clock here. It is Crave. Takes that 50. And even that in the half. A big firework demo. This ball's still going to float on down. Plexi down to M4. Stuffed on the goal line. Plexi shot towards net. Taken away by Crave. Cookie Munchers not going down without a fight. This one off the backboard. Gear just looking to pinch it down. It will fall into the corner. An empty space. Takes the game 3-2 and the series 3-2. Well played match between both of these competitors. We didn't expect anything else from the 8 to 9 seed. Great match, Somber.
Yeah, like I said, I think it would be a close series. Game 5 definitely possible. Empty space just came out and they clutched up that shutout game in game 3. I feel like gave them the push that they needed, probably just within themselves to know, hey, we can shut out this team. We don't need to scramble that much. We can just play our brand of Rocket League, play solid defense. And shout out to Gear. I said that Bolty was going to be the player to watch for that team. Bolty had some great plays, but Gear was definitely that dude during that series. Gear was just absolutely everywhere and had a stellar performance here to open up Swiss.
A stellar performance indeed. And again, you couldn't ask for anything more than a game 5 Champions Field in Split 1, Regional 1, Round 1. So when we come back, you will get these beautiful hosts back up to you again. But we have the 1-0 round coming up next here on Spade Esports.
each other down. We kept running from the shadows in the night, realizing it was not worth the fight. Moving on alone was what felt right, 'cause we were never meant to be. Dum dum da dum day, dum dum da dum day, dum dum da dum day, 'cause we were never meant to be. It feels good, a new beginning. We are free at last.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Spate Championship Series Swiss round for Regional 1. The results from round 1 are as follows. G Buffo lose out 3-1 to Pazzi Formula. Filiaz 3-1 winners against the Core. Pirates on a Bot 3-1 victors against Next to New. In-Person Uni win 3-1 against Pause Up as well. Colonizados with our first sweep of the day against No Idea. Also, Bohagski were able to take out Chelsea FC 3-0. That is very in fitting with their season. Silly Billies 3-2 victors over Last Min. And lastly, as you saw, a massive Champions Field game 3-2. Empty Space win out over Cookie Monsters. And I know there are a couple of smug faces on my desk with a correct prediction, and they sit on the right hand side of your screen. Ground Zero and Beaver, very, very happy about that. But I want to talk to Somber real quick, because G Buffo lose 1-3 to Patty Formula. Huh?
Yeah, that was my same reaction. I was, huh? Who? No, not who. Sorry, Krabby Angel and Dryden. Like that. That may not mean a lot to a lot of people, but that is still 3 very solid players. I feel like G Buffo, you can catch him on cold days. You're not going to be hot every single time, but I feel like that is a very quality win still for them, because G Buffo, even when they're not on, they're still some of the best players in North America. So shouts out to them. But again, very exciting upset to say the least. It's now they're now firmly on my radar of teams to be looking out for to make some noise here in Swiss.
Yeah, for sure. And unfortunately, G Buffo, it does get a little bit worse and worse for them as I go through what it looks like for our round 2 games. In our higher matches, we have Bahagski taking on Silly Billies. We have Colonizados taking on Empty Space. Filiaz versus Patty Formula is the game that we will be watching live on stream, with Pirates on a Bot versus In-Person Uni rounding out those 4 higher round matches. And in the lower area, we have Last Min versus Chelsea FC. Cookie Monsters taking on No Idea. We actually already have a result as G Buffo forfeit against the Core. The Core already going through into those mid-round matches 1-1. G Buffo finding themselves in that lower round 3. And then it's Pause Up versus Next to New in the last game of those lower matches. Ground Zero. Some really interesting games coming up then in this lower round. But again, we've got to talk about G Buffo. They're stealing all of the headlines so far in the Spate Championship Series. Forfeiting in that lower round matches, they now need to go perfect from round 3 onwards to make it to Sunday. I'm not really sure what's happened there, but it's not ideal for them.
No, it's not ideal at all. I have to say it's definitely disappointing. They've come off with such great results in their RLCS runs for some of the qualifiers that we've seen them in. Overall coming in and losing to Patty Formula. Now, That's interesting because they're coming as a 16th seed. That's number 1 seed going against the 16th and losing, getting absolutely smashed 3-1. So I'm not gonna lie, and now forfeiting, I guess it's somewhat understandable. Maybe that kind of hit their confidence a little, and they didn't really think that they'd be able to go, proceed further on. I guess maybe that's the mindset that they're stuck into. It's a horrible mindset. You think an experienced team like them would probably go ahead and say it's okay, we can move forward. We've had worse losses than this, but maybe just in the case that it is an LCS, but they aren't taking it serious. I don't know the mindset, but it is their decision that they took on.
It is, yeah, absolutely. Lastly, I do want to come to Beaver, though, because we will be getting into this Filiaz versus Patty Formula game very, very soon. We are running slightly behind schedule, so this is a little bit of a rush desk. Give me a prediction, then. You're the only one on the entire desk to give us a prediction. You're going to speak for the entire desk. Tell us who you think is going to win this game.
Oh, I'm terrified. I'm absolutely terrified thinking what it could be because Filiaz are the number 2 and Paddy Formula, they've already come off a win, so it might just be another close game. I'm not gonna lie. So I'm gonna have to go 3-2 Filiaz though.
Okay, perfect. Well, it's now time to get into that game. Round 2 of Swiss Stage 1 of Patty Formula and Filiaz will be only one series away from progressing to Sunday, but which team will it be? We will find out with your casters, Ground Zero and D-Lo. Take it away, boys.
Woot woot.
Ooh,
Good down here, man.
it is great to be here to cast with you, D-Lo. It is an amazing opportunity to do this. This is the first time we've ever cast, so that's going to be even more interesting. How do you feel? I gave my prediction. What do you think?
Spate, man, it's good, certainly, to see so many different teams just kind of have an at-hoss. But as far as my prediction, for interest's sake, I'll play a bit of devil's advocate here. I like the name. I like the mojo they've been at it, and also the momentum. I always am an advocate for the mentals and how important that can be in terms of determining what happens on the pitch. Coming off the back of that win, you have some wind behind your sails. I think Patty Formula's got a good chance of this one. So I'm going to see a nice close set, though, too. So I'm going to say 3-2 their way.
Very true, fair enough. We're on the opposite sides of the spectrum here when it comes to prediction. So I'm saying Filiaz. They played pretty good too. The team that they managed to play against was the core, so they came off a 3-1 as well. So very similar results. It's kind of gonna feel like a Cookie Muncher versus Empty Space game. It just depends on which team wants it more, in my opinion. There, Colby.
And sometimes that can be, again, another aspect that's not necessarily about technical skills, but sometimes just what's going on inside the players' minds. But given the fact that we're doing best of 5s, what I do like about this is it's not so short that it's really a sprint to the finish line. It's a bit more of a marathon, not quite as much stamina necessary for a best of 7. But this first game still gives you some room to test out your opponents, see their mettle. And right now we're going to find out who really is going to be taking this one away. Don't be deceived by the top line. Not Empty Space versus Cody Salos. But as we see, Swaz here moving down with some swag. Tries to beat 1-on-1. Goes there with the touch off the backboard. Chili tries to get a nice spicy play. Unfortunately, going to be blocked out.
Yeah, it's some spicy action, that's for sure, coming in from the side of Filiaz. They're going nifty with it. They're playing pretty nicely, but I have to say, Patty Formula, slow start. It's not one you'd expect because they know that the seed they're playing against is the number 2. They've already come off a win against the first seed overall, Chile, with their first goal starting off Filiaz. What a rocky finish, but nonetheless, it is a good beginning for Filiaz to set the tone for this game.
Huge part of that could just be that demo on the Angel quite literally sent them to the heavens to ensure the opening for that goal. Filiaz going to instantly try to put fear in their name, in the hearts of these players on Krabby. But so far, not going to be looking too shabby for it. At the very least, they're going to try to keep up that tempo. You mentioned slowing down the pace. I don't think that's a bad idea for a game 1. But Angel, once again, the recipient of so much aggression, and now aggression all on the goal line. It's a bit awkward. It's hanging in the front. Net's open, but they can't do much to do about it because Krabby's just been holding on by a thread just to keep the ball out of the net. Now on the back wall, Filiaz really just been keeping up an offensive salvo of pressure. Dryden going to be trying to break through that, but can't get it past Chili. Good save there off the side wall. Fearless goes a bit too overcommittal. Angel tries to get something there for Crab, who kicks it right back, but doesn't retain control. Every time we're seeing Krabby Patty Formula get tires on the ball, it's never for much longer than a second. Dryden needs to do so as well for the incoming attack from Fearless. So far, though, they remain firm. It's still a 1 differential.
Yeah, it's one differential. That's all that separates these two right now. Dilo, that's a good passing. Coming from the top. Chili block with play. Fearless looking for a shot. It's a fake from Swaz. He's just he was just there standing in front of their own goal line, waiting for that fake to occur, but it was never to come. Inevitability is not something we see here right now, but as we said, 1-0, and we have not really seen much of a DM back. Oh my god, what a save. Angel, I have no idea how he got that save from the ceiling, but I think it's one that Paddy Formula is looking for. They're looking a bit rough and tired for wear, that's for sure. I know maybe they expanded too much energy in the previous game, paying off G Buffalo themselves. It's going to be off the backboard, Krabby. Down, leaving it to Angel. Down to Dry. Dry bump from Swazlo in the corner. The Makra plays, everyone and their mother is there. We have no idea what is happening. Too much action, one might say. But a pinch off the ceiling from the side wall will go that ball to the ceiling, ascend to the heavens, and two players trying to meet the ball, connecting to it. Do they do that? Not for long. Everyone just kind of getting the barest of touches. And even if they do, that person, more often than times, their Dilo does not have boost in their tank. Swazlo looking for shot off the backboard. Angel with a touch, and it's just all in the blue. Half this action is just packed with a goal opportunity, and it goes wide.
The demo was so important there, but just weren't able to opportunize quite well enough. 2 minutes left. It's still plenty for Paddy Formula to try to re-ascertain their way back into this game. Once again, don't be deceived by the scoreboard. It actually is reversed. Fearless does have that 1-0 lead at the moment. But right now, Fearless trying to make it a second. Not going to quite succeed. Chips it in the corner. Crab. Every single time we've seen... Oh, tries to fake down low, but they already had the reads on that. Dry sets up for an open one. Gets wrung out. Beautiful work. Evens up the score. Paddy now back in this.
Paddy Formula, everyone taking a bite out of that Krabby Paddy from that team to get one goal. It takes 3 men to defeat 2 people in that team, and what a shot that was. 1-1. We got less than 2 minutes here, Dilo, and it's looking a bit tight, but oh my
Oh!
Why do I cast your Chris too often? It just happens. I'm fated to be the messiah of the worst things sometimes. It's tragedy strikes for Fearless as Angel beats them on the kickoff to take the lead.
A truly miraculous goal there, brought in. It was a biblical event, prophesized by Paddy Formula. Fantastic work. Now another kickoff goal. Don't you dare. Goes for the double touch. Chili doesn't have an angle, though. Gets demoed instead for their troubles. That was their chance, and Fearless have squandered it. They're going to make you pay. 1 minute, 30 seconds left now off the side wall. Angel's trying to play, just trying to bang it down, just as much space as possible between them and their net. Crab trying to re-ascertain a dominant lead. Paddy Formula now up 3-1.
What was he doing? Fearless with a psycho. He attempted, but that just set up the opposition. Krabby slammed that bar down. Swaz, last man back, had no hope of getting to that save. 3-1. It was a fleeting touch and a fleeting moment of a possible hope here that was rising from the side of Fearless, but this one might be on the kickoff play. Krabby with the save, puts it off the crossbar. Fearless himself, the man who was named after the first man who takes the first half of the name of the team, and they're trying their best to get the goal. Chili, spicy attempt at a play once more, down from the ceiling, waterfall touch. No one really thirsty enough to go for that shot, it seems, from the side of Fearless, but Swaz attempting a shot blocked by the last man forward, Angel. The save, pinch at the corner. It's got the air dribble. It will be Krabby blocking that play, but from progressing forward down the midfield it goes. Fearless himself, flip reset. He has a shot. He has the attempt. And sadly for him, it's just gonna go all wide. Swaz, one touch down below into the midfield. It's gonna be Krabby himself with a challenge once more. Doesn't really seem to be working. Nothing they do is attempting to break even an inch past the midfield control that from the side of Krabby Paddy. I have no idea how Paddy Formula suddenly did it, but they've changed up their game style midway through, and now they're dominating. I spoke too soon once again.
And, still doing pretty well for their troubles, but Angel, last man got beaten out, but the rest, reinforcements are able to retreat back. The cavalry has arrived. Saves that potential to bring it back down to 1 differential. But now, 13 seconds left. 2 goals for Fearless to even make sure they can get a tie. Not looking good, unless I curse it myself. Dear God, we've got to retire right after this one. Chili, a beautiful goal just to try to hopefully reset the momentum. 8 seconds left is a lot of time in this game.
We've seen a kickoff goal happen from the side of Angel, from the side of Paddy Formula. Who knows? Fearless might just shock us as well on the kickoff. They got 2 men progressing forward for the challenge. Chili with a touch. One fleeting touch to send in midfield, and it was 1 man there, Krabby, the thorn at the side of Fearless. Did the ball finally falls down on the ground, and it will be your team winners, Paddy Formula, coming in from a win against G Buffalo, 3-1, and now they've just 1-0 already in the series in this best of 5 against the second seed of the spate. Championship Series.
Game ones, man, are always interesting. You get to download your opponent a bit. You get to figure out the rhythm and the flow. And if you're going to decide to either march to the beat of your own drum or attempt to just stop them from playing their game, the game that we saw from Fearless in those opening minutes was just an oppressive amount of shots put on goal until eventually one just slips through the cracks. But later in the game, it just seemed like they never could really bear up that rotation. They never really had the opportunity to set up more than just one shot off the backboard. And by that point, ball already got banged downfield, other side of the pitch. I don't know what happened. Like you said, they started to change up their gameplay, and Everybody's Formula just kind of ran away with it at that point. Fearless needs to find a way to try to get back into that chokehold that grants them so many opportunities. But let's see if they can do it. Game 2 here. High and dry, trying to go all the way. Sets it up to Crab. Beautiful work.
Oh, drive from the aerial, ascended to the backboard, bump swaz on the backboard himself, all alone. One-man army play on Crab with the beautiful finisher. No boost as well to make sure in the first 7 seconds it occurs that they've already taken the first goal. They've drawn first blood here. And you know what happens to a team that draws first blood, Dilo? It's always a team that can score a goal. Never mind, far too soon. Swaz off the kickoff. Fearless back in the running once more.
Once again, bro, it just starts with Angel getting demoed. Try to go for resources instead of assisting Crab. Had faith that they would be able to save that one. Unfortunately, off that sidewall is not quite able to get off the crossbar. That's going to be equalizing factor, but it's only been 13 seconds in this game. Another demo, this time falling on Crab. Angel's going to bring a big sigh of relief, but maybe not because that's in a dangerous position. Chili, though, is cursed. It's going to bounce wide off the crossbar instead by mere inches. Still on blue side, though. Swaz coming in here off this back wall so you can play from it. Fearless retreating back to get 100 pad because they don't have faith in the ability to mount that counter. Instead, it's going to be in their possession now. They got plenty of boost. Flip reset. Not going to opt to use until late. Gets another 100. Stealing all the resources, all the nitro. Patty Formula going to be starving despite being named after the restaurant themselves. So they don't have that employee's discount. Swaz off the side wall. Gets it swiped away by Crab. Chili counters back, but once again banged right back into the center. Crab was not able to get hands on it first. Instead, it's going to be Fearless. But back in blue possession. Kicked up, backed away. Fearless. No boost, but plenty of heart. Trying to make sure they can get it out of this oppressive stance that Patty Formula have now taken. Crab tries to find the opening, but with no boost once again. Seeming a common theme there. A lot of times, Patty Formula not able to mount the offensives they want because they don't have enough nitro to do it.
No, they always seem to lose boost, and this is the same theme that I observed from the last game. Every single time, that was the majority of reasons why they were so late to come into the game, is because they didn't know how to manage their boost. Fearless, though, they're a very, very good team when it comes to dislodging a lot of the boost, but I think they're experiencing the same issue right now, and I think this might be why Patty Formula came back, even if it was slow into the game here. We're still checkmate between both of these two teams, and we've barely just gone past the first minute. We're reaching past 2 minutes here, and both teams have been 2-2. I nearly cast a curse this once more again. I really need to hang up the mic after this. I might just be worse than Asphora, so shout out to the man, but it will be a play here from Chili. It's an open net attempt. Drive will be looking for a psycho save. Nice, it's gonna be Angel off the side wall. Fearless himself all alone, fakes it to Swaz down below, Drive with the save, but it's gonna be a save once again. It's a pinch from the Coxer. Pops up to the ceiling. Chili all alone with a frontier shot. Dry will be saving it once more off from the corner. Aerial play from Swaz. Hits the ball off the ceiling once, hoping to leave it to his teammate. It doesn't really work off well as much as he planned. The execution seems to be failing here from the side of Fearless. They're trying their best, but they just can't get that one dominant opening that they're begging for an opportunity to find.
It's just been unfortunate. We've seen a lot of good looks, but on both sides, offensively and defensively from both teams, a bit of technicals need to be polished up. A lot of double commits here from Patty Formula on their defensive end, but it seems necessary because one man always seems to just be a bit off the mark. Now Crab on the mark there, but only going to be helping out Fearless. Now finishes it beautifully. Chili goes wide. Chili goes high. Now Crab has the offensive. Going to be bouncing it down for the drop shot. Dry tries to bump it early. Can't quite get hands on Swaz before it already knocked them away. Fearless. Going to be taken to the skies now. Look for the aerial play. Swaz to their left. Big demo, though. Going to stall out that potential for an offensive counterattack. Now Chili tries to bang it back downfield. Into the hands of Fearless. Right, set up for Swaz. But Angel already had read on that. Dry gets a nice demo onto Chili. Every single time Fearless has tried to wander down 3-man strong, they're coming back with one corpse on their back.
It's seemingly like dead weight at this point, the way this is happening. They're looking strong, but like you said, there's a lot of polishing that needs to be done. Every single time I've seen from both teams here, Swaz here especially now, low boost, Fearless low boost, everyone just losing anything in the tank. They're all going for that one single goal, and that is to find that one lead. going to be Chili. Will he be able to do something? He's been looking like the playmaker every now and then, but it's a flip reset shot. Low boost, though, and it wasn't going to beat the last man, Crab, who was just sitting down as the strong rock of the team, just waiting for the ball to just come into his own path here. Swaz from the corner. It's going to be Angel with the oppressive play going under the air. One touch, low boost. Can't do anything more than just leave it to his team. Dry has a lot of trust in the team here, but it's not going to be enough because that trust does go unanswered. Crab in the corner. The Angel sends it clearingly to the other coastal side here as we see the sunny side of the orange side of the lobby. It's been a while since we've seen it happen, but 1-1. Less than a minute left here, Dilo, and we have not seen a goal. This is looking like the calm before the storm with the way these two teams have been going at it right now.
I think we're going to have to grab our umbrellas in a second because Chili's going to be putting a rain of shots on. No, not quite. Diverted instead by Crab. Once again, the stalwart soul of defense here on Patty Formula. Now trying to change that to offense. Moving it past Fearless. 51 out by Orange. Now Swaz and Chili on the right side waiting to receive. Dry and Divert instead into the waiting arms of Swaz. Off the side wall. Winning that 50 once again in the side here of Blue. Kicked up high. Fearless having enough boost. All the members of Patty Formula once again low, and they might not be able to sustain this offense. Never mind. Angel. We don't need boosts. We just need these shots. Beautiful work there. Snipes it in from that right side corner. Going to be 2-1 for Patty Formula.
Oh, what a beautiful goal. The opening was just more than enough, even if Angel has to slot that through. He came from the heavens from Crab's pinch, and he got that goal. Will Fearless do something to return it back? It was looking very eerily close there for a second or two, but Fearless, he's been a player for sure. He's tried his best, but will it be enough with the last 5 seconds upon us? The funeral bell tolls are ringing, and it's going against the favor of Fearless. Fearless himself going to be trying one last ditch attempt as the ball flies off. Swaz pitches it off the side wall. It's still in the air. The game still remains high tide. It's up in the sky once more. They're keeping it alive. Fearless, one fleeting touch, and Dry will be the one to try and block you from progressing forward into the eye of the lobby. Chili still from the corner. Swaz sends it flying to the other side. Fearless gonna get one touch though, and Angel hoping to beat him. It's gonna be pinched all the way to the side. Will they have another fleeting hope? No, it's gonna be the man to do it himself. Kills it on the ground. It's winners. Patty Formula once more. They're aiming for that sweep there, Dilo.
Yeesh. I mean, I was expecting them to come out with a dub, but I can't say in quite such spectacular fashion. They're doing a really good job. It's not quite reflecting, I think, Fearless's efforts. They are putting shots on goal. They are putting shots in goal, in fact. They're on the scoreboard. They just can't quite seem to get the momentum on their side. They're always on the back end. The possession at this point far more favors Patty Formula. They've been doing a great job just keeping it in the pressure points for our members of Fearless. I'm not sure what they can do on their end. I think we've lost a bit of that offensive pressure. We've lost a bit of that demolition derby aspect that we saw in game one that got them their initial momentum, that first burst of speed. Might need to see a bit more of that come back, or at the very least some more offensive bumps when they're trying to put up their defense, because like we said, the technicals haven't all been quite too fine-tuned. So if you get a bump on one and it's up to only one person for that high-pressure save, 50-50 coin toss, you might get that one in.
Yeah, it kind of feels like a coin toss, that's for sure. You flip a coin, heads or tails, doesn't really matter, because any one team can really pop off the top at any point here. On paper, we've seeded this team, Paddy Formula 16. I think they took it to heart a little bit there, Dilo. They came here, they beat G Buffalo, and now they're on match point. Going to be moving on to finish off the second seeded team as well. And then they find the opening there. Oh my god, that was kind of a bit too close there from the side of Fearless, but they're still trying to work with the pressure that's against them. Some desperate saves, but they've managed to bear with the pressure as best as possible here. It's looking a bit rough, that's for sure. But I think
I like that attempt there, kicking it over Chili's head, but they just didn't have the resources again. It's happening every single time, Jeezy. They just don't have the boost. They don't got the stuff. But let's see. Dry having a half full tank, but opting to just float in the air a little bit, get that nice bird's eye view. Sometimes it's nice to just play in the sky. Never mind, play in the ground, play in the mud, play in the blood of Swaz. But an open net could be a rough look. It sails a bit too wide. Second attempt there off the backboard. Who's in the wings? It's Swaz, but who's the savior? It's Angel. Beautiful work to hold this 0-0.
What? How do you even squishy save all the way? The momentum Angel had was beautiful. Fearless, though, he's gonna find a breach in the defense of Patty. Formula sets the tone now. They've got the first goal. Swaz, fantastic flick. It was an open net rewarded, and he knew and had enough trust in his team, Fearless, to send it flying into the back of the net. It's going to be the first goal. First past the minute as well here. There's still 3 minutes, 56 seconds within regulation. A lot of time. The game's still very young. But there's a lot to speak for you. There's a bit more action we're seeing from the side of Fearless. As suddenly, they seem to have woken up ever since their slumber from game one there, Dilo.
No one wants to get swept, man. That never feels good, and does not feel good to have that ball hanging in front of the net, but 3 men, enough to get it past. Angel gets a kick down to them by Crab, drops it right back down to Dry, backflips into a dangerous spot, a bit precarious, my friend. The bicycle points are cool, but score is also nice when it comes to the points on the board as well. Let's see now, 3 minutes, 30 seconds left at the very least for them to try to make something of it. Cleared right back down in the hands of Chili. Below direct shot, going to be diverted very easily there by Crab. Swaz directed right back to their side of the pitch, courtesy of Dry. Crab looks for an aerial play, going for the hero. Chili has that one read like a book, goes there off the back wall. Still plenty of boost in pocket, and Swaz comes right back out of nowhere from the afterlife himself to save that one. Pinch there off the ceiling. A beautiful angle and a beautiful demo, but it's not going to be quite enough.
Nope, but one thing that you actually requested for was a lot more oppressive bumps. They need the demolitions to find an opening, and they're doing what we wanted them to do for a good while here. They finally,
I appreciate it.
Who knows? Yeah, exactly. I appreciate it too. You know what? Sometimes they say the casters don't know what's going on, but you know, we casted enough games to have a basic understanding of what may need to be done, what may be required here, especially at this current circumstance. Because there's a lot more demos in the bumps. So this looks like a bomb field. Swaz now. It's, you know, sometimes there's enough, and sometimes they're seeing too much. Swaz though, looking for a shot, might just be an opening. Oh, Dry will be stopping that shot from progressing forward past their net. Angel from the backboard once more. He's always there with these beautiful, godly saves, but how will they deal with the pressure that's in the corner? I think it's not going to be enough. Crabs trying to send it into the midfield. The Swaz once again still just keeping the ball circulating around the blue corner, not trying to give the other side too much space to work with. Chili hoping to snipe that shot in. It's going to be an open net. Swaz though with a goal. It goes wide. Desperate attempts, desperate measures, and a lot of desperation that's causing these the buckets sweating over the faces of every one of these players. The controllers must be gripping tight here because there's only one goal separating both of these two teams, and one of them is on match point.
Yeah, Patty Formula aren't necessarily in the worst position, obviously, having those games to play with, but you want to not let them get any momentum. You just want to stamp the hopes, the embers of revolt. Can be an attempt there from Crab to do so, but Chili says, not today. Crab, once again, the third man now on defense. Angel's also fallen back as well. Flip, reset, not going to be able to use the freaking jump. Instead, it's going to be Swaz soaring in to just put a stop to Patty Formula's dreams for a sweep. Beautiful work now. 2-0, 1 minute, 30 seconds left.
2-0, 1 minute 30 seconds, that's for sure. But can I just say, Swaz took that ball right out of Crab's flip reset attempt, right out of the grass, right underneath his nose to get that double tap. That was beautiful. And not only that, added some extra salt to the wound because that was an attempted save. That's going to be another one. Oh, that goes bar down. I don't think any... Oh, never mind. It's spoke far too soon. Once more, Fearless. Gonna send one in once more, 1-0, sorry, 3-0. We got still, it's only a 10-second difference between our last call there, Dilo, and this team. I think they're making up for the lack of goals that they've not managed to score on Patty Formula there.
We appreciate that. Definitely making up for a bit of lost time, but what Patty Formula needs to make up for is the amount of double commits. That was a triple commit. All three of them you saw slam into the wall like bugs flying into one of those electric catchers. You can't have that happen. He gets zapped! This could be troublesome. Swaz looks for the rebound. Crab, though, in the perfect place. Dry tries to sweep it away. It's awkward once again. Swaz tries to rebound it right back into Crab's hands. Indeed, he'll oblige, but Fearless grabs the 100 pad. Grabs the ball as well off the side wall. Dry's got no boost to meet them in the sky. This could look a bit dangerous. Dry manages to read that one quick, but Swaz beautifully chips it right in the top of the net. You can't ask for better than that. You can't ask for better than 4-0. 1 minute remaining. Patty Formula might have to kiss the sweep goodbye.
The ratio from Swaz, 8-2 shots. 8-2. That is a lot to speak for. This man is coming at it with a sledgehammer in this game. And I'm glad that this team has suddenly woken up from the very, very, very deep slumber. But is it too little too late? That's the bigger question. Because this is 4-0. This team, like we said, you know what? For the side of Patty Formula, they're still not in the worst position. They're still going to be a match point after this game. Even if, you know, Fearly has just to come in with a very, very good performance in the third game. Krabby off the backboard for the flip reset shot, hoping to get at least something for Patty Formula to put on the scoreboard, make it a bit more respectable, even if it is a loss here. But I don't think it's going to be enough. Fearless once again, right back to the other side. Fearless flip reset shot, bar down, looking stylish while he does it.
Stylish is the key word here. I think that Fearless in general just have a really great aerial game, and I think Patty Formula knows it, and it's causing them a bit of panic. We saw when Fearless approached from the sky, 3-man deep, they flung themselves at the wall because they don't have the confidence that one player can challenge, and it's causing a lot of mistakes. That might be one right there off the kickoff, but you're not going to be punished too hard for it. You're going to stay safe with a nice clean bill of health. 5-0, 10 seconds left. Crab might just try for the morale goal at this point off the backboard, but it's going to be met there by Chili instead. Crab can't even grab that 100 boost, instead has to settle with some scraps. They're bottom feeding at this point, fitting for the name. But Chili looking for the last BM goal to make it 6-0. Angel says, please spare us. And indeed, the mercy will be had. But there's still more games to go here. Fearlias take this one now 1-2.
It's saved by the bell. Saved by the mere bell from another absolutely ruthless game. They're merciless team, Fearlias. And I think for the current positioning that they're stuck into, it's very understandable for why. They've managed to miss out on 2 series. The first one, they really nearly had it. Somehow we don't know how, but they do it. It may be Patty Formula exhibiting the same thing that they've done previously against G Buffalo. Was the very reason that they won their game 3-1 against G Buffalo itself, and they're hoping to do the same thing. But you know what? We're not here for the same expectations. We're hoping to change this up. I like consistency, but I don't like consistency where you get games like these. It's currently 2-1 here. Dilo, is there any hope that's still riding on the backs of Fearlias to take it to a game 5?
Absolutely. If they can repeat that, that's definitely just going to be easy pickings, easy pockets for this game 5. I think that Crab and his squad also have a pretty easy formula to success, which is keep cool heads. You got to make sure that in these defensive plays, you're not losing your mettle and that you're trusting your team. It's like a Disney movie, man. Trust is the real lesson here we to learn along the way. But let's see. Might just be a horror film instead for Patty Formula, if it indeed goes back to the reverse sweep. So now Crab off this back wall in a bit of pressure situation. Chili going to be looking for that rebound. Double touch, not quite. Instead, Fearless! And true to the name, fearlessly ventures forward to where no car has gone before. Nice work to put it up 1-0 with 13 seconds.
I'm flabbergasted. I'm absolutely perplexed. What even happened there, Dilo? I have no idea. But suddenly it feels as if Patty Formula have just lost all ability, all control of their game. And Crab off the backboard, he was looking very, very active to the attempted shot there. So close for that shot. Crab attempted once, but mere inches away, hits off the post and goes wide once more. So the first goal in hand for team.
Oh no.
Fearlias, that was a bit too close for my liking once more, but they're still keeping up the pressure. Ball bouncing and flying in the midfield. Fearless Swaz himself all alone. Fearless, no boost in the tank. He's got nothing to work for except his own car, and the Fennec itself had enough power to send it in near the net. Save though once more. Dry from the ceiling. Challenges at the aerial. Try to find Crab for the double tap. Will it be hit? No, it will not. It's going to connect to Fearless, though. Shot open. Oh, Angel tried his best, but it seems to be they're favoring the post, the woodwork, more than anything. It's now responding as well to their very, very flirtatious attempts to the goal currently. So they got no game. Patty Formula. Good saves, though. They're going to be using their own post to save that one off the backboard. And 1-0. It's an open net. Possibly attempted pinch there. Chili coming back from the throes of hell itself to save that shot and sends it in to the blue side of the lobby. Krabby. Gonna be doing it all alone for the dribble. 1 minute has passed us, surpassed us even. And we got less than 3 minutes, 30 seconds left here, Dilo. And right now it's Fearlias back, keeping and maintaining that 1-goal lead.
At the very least, they're maintaining a bit of fuel in the engine, some boost on deck now. Drive trying to move past that corner, but these obvious approaches just have not done well for Patty Formula since way back when. There's a good demo, could open up an opportunity with the power play, but it's not going to grant you too much. Fearless takes this guy, gets it right past the beat on Dry. Crab, though, says absolutely not. Swaz picks up the ball and a nice boost pad on takeaway. Dry rises to this guy to make sure to stop that one, but uses a lot of resources in the process. At the very least, though, no double commit this time, but it's 3-man committing to this offensive play. Not going to quite work out for your favor. Swaz instead saves it. Fearless now on the offensive with Swaz backing him up. Beats out Dry. Angel comes in to try to get the hero save. Doesn't quite work out. And now it's Chili. The drop shot, not the own goal. Don't you dare let that happen. Crab thankfully clears it.
Oh, thank goodness. My heart couldn't take it. It was going it's palpitating on my chest right now. So is the pressure that this team is facing. They're trying to get that passing play. Suddenly, bring in the, not the individual play, which they're famous for here, Patty Formula, but not only that, but at the same time, bringing in the chemistry as well, showing why they're very good at what they do and why they've managed to make it this far. But will it be enough? They're still on match point and they have not been able to face off against Fearlias, the second seed, now breaking it back and showing why they are second place here, only second to G Buffo. Fearless down from the corner, sending it flying high to Chili, and Krabby using the last inches of his boost will manage to save that shot, disconnecting from a play. It's an open net. Swaz finds an opening from absolutely out of nowhere, flicks it once, and it destroys the last man who was back there. It was only Dry with a full tank, and he couldn't do anything against a man with nothing in his own.
No pre-jump there from Dry is going to leave you a bit in trouble. Now 2-0, 2 minutes left. It's certainly possible, especially when we've seen a kickoff goal here from Patty Formula. Not going to be granted that gift this time around. And you have to imagine the nerves are starting to hit you. Second seed team you're up against. You know they've gotten their fair share of situations like this. They know how to remain just nice and cool and level under pressure. And they're doing exactly that. But Dry coming in with the heat. Not going to be able to quite find much other nice boost pad. Pinch there from Crab. Not going to go your way instead. Now Dry. Dangerous situation. Bangs it right back downfield. Waiting arms of Fearless. Grabs the 100 there from Angel. Grabs the ball as well. Opening for Swaz. Bounce shot. Not going to quite go in. Dry didn't need boost to meet that one in the sky. Redemption for the last attempt. But Swaz with the follow-up. Crab saves it. Here comes the next shot. How many of these can you save before it's just too much? They managed to hold firm, but it's still a 2-0 differential. I'm not sure if they can fight their way out of this hole.
Nope, I think it's a bit too much of a deep hole that they put them in. Says, oh my god, Fearless attempting that double tap, nearly found the angle, but it just goes wide once more. Angel 50 up from the middle, it's flying high in the midfield. It's Fearless, the man himself, and he just gets his ball kicked away from him. Attempt, score, and Fearless and Chili trying to keep up the pressure. So Angel with low boost, he's trying his best, but he cannot do it twice. Dry. Just flying all alone. Oh my god, it's an open net. Oh my god! What even happened there?
You know what? We'll take that. That was very unfortunate. I'll tell you that much. Just an absolute pinball game that we're playing here. Fearlias now might be seeing their worst fears come to meet them. Own goal, not by Patty Formula, but by Fearlias, now opens up the opportunity. And you know that Patty Formula are feeling good for it. Angel can't say the same. Their body parts litter the battlefield, but 30 seconds left on the board. Dry comes in with the attempt to try to snatch it away. Not going to be obliged. Instead, it's a double tap there. Fearless trying to finish the job. Chili waits in the wings, looks for the rebound, tries to dunk it, but instead, there's going to be a bit of goaltending. There's a nice block from the members of Patty Formula. Now in their corner on orange side. 10 seconds left. Can they do it, GZ?
I don't think they can. It's not enough. He tried to clear Crab from the corner, low boost, so he tried a Hail Mary cycle, buggy cycle is what I like to call it. And the last seconds are upon us. Chili keeping it alive only for Dry to attempt. The Meta Man, sadly for him, is just not enough. It's going to be a winner's Fearly as. They've come back, Dito. They've come back from the pit that they dug themselves and said, no, it's not over yet. It is, the energy is coursing through their veins. And they've got adrenaline shooting through it at Mach 10. 2-1, they've brought it to a game 5.
Hey, you know what, bro? This means that either way, one of us is right with our predictions. And that's a win in my book.
That's a
win
I'll take
in my
it.
book.
I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take what I can get.
Bro's got to start hitting that money line real quick. If you get the second prediction here, I think you should be like, I don't even know what you're doing here, Cass. You should be like hitting them bets. You should be hitting them parlays. But right now, let's see if they ruin my parlay. Patty Formula doesn't know that I actually have my entire mortgage on this. I will soon be evicted right after this if they indeed lose. So rooting for Swaz to not get this one. Angel indeed diverts it, but Chili to follow up. Swaz way on that back wall like Spider-Man drops down. Fearless instead going to be the main directive. Crab, though, meets it off that back wall. Chili still lurking, though. Always waiting for an opportunity. Great play there from Fearlias to make sure there's always a man waiting for that chance. Might have gotten in the way of your own chance there, my friend. Could be a bit of trouble. Bouncing around awkwardly to dunk! And the own goal. Angel, no!
Oh, Angel has been the savior. He's been the goal scorer. He's been the defender. And today he is their own defeat. First goal coming in favor for the side of Fearly as. And Patty Formula already down 1. It's panic moment. It seized them. It's taken hold of them, and that's a scary thing because Fearly as they have momentum here, Dilo. They have momentum, and once they've got it, it takes a Hail Mary to stop an A train like this, and they got quite the roster that's flying into the back of these Patty trains as Krabby from the side wall. They're still going to be looking to get a goal. Krabby's got a very good double tap attempt, though it's going to be blocked by one man on the backboard, Swaz. Angel and Swaz once more. Ball just flying past every player here. They're trying to get their touches. They're trying to get their saves. Fearless off the backboard. Crab with an attempt to pass Brave to the midfield. Angel is going to be saved by 2 men. It's not going to be enough. It will not be enough. Angel, he's on the redemption arc.
We like that. Third arc, third part of the book.
Wait, he stole a shot.
We'll take that. We'll absolutely take that. Weight room, says Angel. That's just honestly a very direct, very brute force play. And it's what we've seen a lot from Patty Formula. Furias, like we said, are good with the finesse. They're good with the technicals. Angel, going to be paid right back with a nice demo. They're really good when it comes to those high-flying plays we're seeing right now from Fearless. Going to try to put on a clinic for us. Chili to follow it up. Whereas Patty Formula, they don't have much boost in the tank by the time they reach the other side of the pitch, showing us that exact concept as Angel. And because of that, a lot of their approaches are very direct. It's just going to be, we punch you enough until you surrender. But Fearless has no surrender. Swaz tries to look for the final bump there to get that one across the goal line. Doesn't quite succeed. Dry, flying nice and slow. Going to get it past Fearless with a 50. Swaz will not be the same case. Crab goes a bit wide there. That could be trouble, but Angel there to cover your bases. Chili goes to the sky once again. No challenge on the air. Instead comes from the ground. Dry saves it. Beats past Swaz. This could be rough, but a big demo stops the momentum for just a little bit longer. Now Fearless on the counter.
Fearless with the counter. Fearless with a Felicity flick. Pass and play to Swaz, and they get 3 men to save that shot. It was a rough one for sure, but it's an attempt that they will try and gain momentum from. Swaz once more. It's looking a bit too close. I think we might see a breach in the defense of Patty Formula. It's looking like they're hanging on by nothing more than some seams as a flick comes in from Chili. Don't think Fearless was looking a bit confident with that play. Left it alone instead, and it's going to be once more in the hands of the opposition. Ball flying between 2 men. And Fearless hoping to take it up into the air. The aerial gameplay is going to be blocked this time. Bumped away before he could do anything. And making of it, it's going to be Chili, hoping to get a 50 challenge. Fearless pops it away. Low boost, that's all he could do. Try, flying high. Flip reset down midfield, kind of just trying to set up anybody. I think the first man to beat it was Fearless. As Chili goes up into the air, bump once more. They're not trying to let them have that air game that they want, because they know if they let them have it for 1 second, it's all over for the side of Patty Formula. 1-1 still remains. Less than 2 minutes. This one might just be a redirect. Chili with the spiciest redirect we've seen on this stream.
Man, it's like what you said. We gotta stop them before they take off. It's like the Pistons versus Jordan. It's Jordan rules. You take them off before they take flight, because at that point you can't stop Fearless. Patty Formula have not found their formula to make sure they can win this game yet. Dry might have just gotten it though. Sneaks past one. It's a bad Scooby-Doo reenactment. Splitting them up and looking for clues. Patty Formula might have just found their key to victory. Evens it up 2-2. Dry, you sneaky son of a gun.
Oh my god. Oh my god. What is happening? I don't know if you know, but like Scooby-Doo is probably the most apt word you could have said, because I had my head in my arms there for a second or two. No idea how that even happened, but nonetheless, I think it's a section of action that it's a section of action that they're gonna be happy to take. Wait, what? Oh, Raggy! Oh my god, they scored a goal.
That is like G-Scoop. Dry just came in and totally destroyed him. That was really great by Patty Formula. The teamwork that we need to see for a little bit, a lot of times it's, again, been brute force. That seemed a bit more tactical, so we'll take that in spades. Now Fearless looking at their worst nightmare. Crab trying to receive off the pounce there off the side wall. Dry instead is going to be the one to bump it forward. Angel once again sent to God. Crab, big pinch, bangs it right downfield in the waiting arms of Dry, in the waiting arms of Chili instead. Swaz going to take advantage. Angel on the back line goes a bit too high, my friend. Angels need to stay on the ground. Crab beats one, can see if they can try to make an opportunity just to put the dagger down. Angel off that corner. Too obvious as an approach. Now Dry gets demoed. The violence is coming from Fearless, but let's see if they're more bite than bark. You need to start actually putting some goals in nets. Chili with the challenge. Angel with the kick up in the receiving arms of Swaz. Dry takes the opportunity to grab some boost, but doesn't grab the ball. Could be a sacrifice you'll live to regret if they can't make the save. Crab with the bump back, but Fearless has hands on it, puts possession back on the side of blue. Swaz tries to move it forward, gonna be denied. It's going to be a bit of a stalemate here in center field. Let's see if Fearless can make something happen off the back wall. No, not quite. It's Swaz looking for the actual shot, and Dry saves it.
Oh, it's too much action. My heart can't take it. Get me to the ER after this game. Because what is happening? Crab attempting that double tap. It's not going to happen. It will never happen. It seems Chili. They'll kick it off down past the midfield. It's an attempted double tap. What is happening? Dry. So much pressure in the corner. Fearless sends it clearing down all the way to the other side. Is going coast to coast from Crab. Down below with a pinch. Swaz with a pinch of his own. Oh my god, that's an opening that comes out of absolutely nowhere. Angel! Angel! What?
Ooh! Ooh! Look at that! That is geometry right there. I was never a good math student, but Angel is absolutely getting an A+ from me. 10 seconds left. Fearliaz looking to prove my parlay right. Thank you. I look forward to cashing in on this. And Dry might look for the final BM goal. Sailing coast to coast. High and dry. You've been left out in the sun.
Oh my god, they were left hanging. They were left hanging because Dry ain't dry at all. He's wet. He's moist. Let's get wet. That's for sure. He's chanting through the stream right now because Dry 5-2. He wanted to cash in a little bit. He said, "Why not let me? You know, everyone else has got their goals. Why not me? I haven't really had much of an action for a second or two." So he gets his bite, takes a bite of that meal, and it's a 5-star meal that they took it because Game 5 Champions Field. It is your winners. Patty Formula as the 16th seed, just tossing salads. They're beating everyone from the top 5 right now. They're taking up the top 1 and 2 there, D'Lo.
Nah, they're taking off the top rope, bro. Give him the people's elbow real quick. Beautiful. You said 5-star meal. A round of Scooby snacks on me, guys. That was beautiful play there. They kept their resolve, though. Genuinely. It was looking rough at points. They had the momentum against them. That 2-game reverse sweep was looking scary. They did not back down. And that's the sign of a champion right there. If you can stand in the face of adversity, you can do it all.
Oh, they're a team that managed to do it. You know, like you said, they've got the resolve that's rock solid as well. They've got that formula, and finally, the answer was looking a bit wrong there for a second too, but they showed their work and they've done it. Angel, oh my god, he was fantastic. One of the best players we've seen here today. He had the spotlight in so many times, but Paddy Formula overall, one of the best teams we've been able to see, and they've truly brought the action. They've never dipped down. It's been a bit back and forth. It's been rough for every now and then, but they've done it. They've managed to win. And GG's, congratulations to Paddy Formula. They progress on forward in the Spates Championship Series.
Yeah. GG's to them, but don't worry, don't go anywhere. We got more games coming at you in just a bit. Hopefully, a more amazing series just like that. Stick around for more fun.
Your side, open up your heart and let me in. I promise not to break you. I promise I'll be all that you want. So let me in my heart before.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Spate Championship Series Swiss round for Regional 1. Once again, the results from round 2 are as follows. Bohagsi lose 3-0 to Silly Billies. Empty Space also swept away Colonizados. It was a 5-game thriller in the streamed game between Patty Formula and Fairly As. The Patty Formula were able to win it out, and then Pirates on a Bot swept away In Person Uni. Down in the lower matches, Last Min took out Chelsea FC 3-1. Cookie Monsters FF'd. They forfeited their game against No Idea, so No Idea go into those 1-1 games, as well as the Core with G Buffo forfeiting their game as well. And the last game was an absolute blinder. Another 5-game series. Paws up 3-2 winners against Next to New. I am joined once again by Ground Zero, but we are welcomed by 2 new faces on the desk. It's Aricast and Colby. Welcome, lads. Let's quickly have a discussion about those results. Ari, any surprises on that list of results, or is it pretty much as we expected?
I mean, obviously there are some surprises here and there, right, based off of seeding, based on what we expect on paper, but I feel like nothing was too unreasonable. I mean, I think that Pirates on a Bot and In Person Uni was a close matchup, I think, on paper, but that one I think ran a little bit farther away than I thought it personally would, and now we get the pleasure of seeing Pirates on a Bot versus Patty Formula, so that should be a good one coming in for us to watch.
Yeah, and that brings us really nicely onto our Game 3 matches. We finally see some elimination games here in Swiss. But we start with our Sunday qualification games. In this series, you will be through to tomorrow. That is Pirates on a Bot versus Patty Formula, which will be our streamed game, as well as Empty Space versus Silly Billies. We will have 2 Sunday teams by the end of this game here. In the mid rounds, we have Filias taking on Paws Up, Hagsi taking on No Idea, Colonizados taking on the Core, and In Person Uni versus Last Min. And then down there in the elimination matches, it will be Next to New versus Chelsea FC. And then the other one is actually already sorted. It's a forfeit victory for G Buffo over Cookie Monsters as they forfeit their place in this Regional 1. So G Buffo will go through. That is guaranteed. But on this stream, as mentioned, we will be watching Pirates on a Bot taking on Patty Formula. We did just see Patty Formula live on stream. So Ground Zero, I want to talk about Pirates on a Bot for a moment. They beat Next to New in that round 1 and then In Person Uni in that second round. A 4-game series followed by a sweep. These guys have got serious momentum coming into this round 3 game, right?
Oh, they've got an amazing amount of momentum. So, Patty Formula, I think originally, I don't feel vindicated going back to back with the predictions. The prediction scores were accurate from me, but just not the team sometimes that were winning. But Patty Formula, I'm not really all too surprised that they've managed to win. And I think with the momentum that they've gained, they really are in for a generational run, in my opinion, with their current performance, having come off wins against the top 2 seeds overall in this whole championship cup.
Absolutely. Colby, welcome to the desk. Pleasure to have you. You have a very important job for us, Colby. You are going to be placing the prediction for our desk. Pirates on a Bot or Patty Formula. Who's taking it and what's your series score?
It's a 3-0 Pirates on a Bot. That's all I'm saying. Knight and Love, they got that Kim. Known them for a really long time. I've known Knight for 2 years. We talk every day, and I just think they're just the better team. I've been watching some Patty Formula, and I just think Pirates on a Bot's going to take this 3-0, and it's going to be easy.
You have it. Colby has said it. We'll see if it comes true. Pirates on a Bot taking on Patty Formula here. Winner will go through to tomorrow's games. Loser still has a little more work to do here in Swiss. Taking it through you. For you are Jay and Ari. Enjoy the game, boys.
Thanks a lot, by the way, Rhino. I mean, yeah, this one should be a banger to watch. And already, I mean, we saw a 3-0 prediction from the desk. I know I was on it, but I didn't really get to say my voice. Jay, what are you thinking?
Well, I think that we are in for a good game, first of all. And I know, generic caster answer doesn't want to say who's going to win. I think we're in for a great game here. You know, I want to see Pirates on a bot do well. I want to see them do well. I'm not going to say I want them to sweep, because that's, that is an outlandish prediction. But I want to see them do well. They're players that I've seen for a while, and I'm not going to be biased, but I'm allowed to be, because whatever I say shouldn't, and I know caster curses are a thing, shouldn't affect the outcome of the game. So, we'll see. What do you think, Ari?
I mean, yeah, we're not exactly, affecting the outcome of the game, but I feel like we do have some sway on the momentum. Sure, not the players aren't exactly watching, but I feel like we do have a flow for the viewers, and maybe just the aura around everyone just gets shifted one way or another. But yeah, as we hop into this one, I mean, players to look out for, right? I gotta go with Nightya. I mean, this one is just... He's a weird guy, but he manages to pull plays out of nowhere and really set up that duo with Lev. Just miraculously find these goals out of nowhere and also have some great team play overall.
Yeah, we are definitely excited on the desk here to see. It looks like the players are just now loading in. So, Ari, if you want to kick us off, I think it's about game time here.
Oh, is it game time? I mean, I would love for it to be game time. And yes, it will be. Here we go. The first countdown, the first game of the series. And although the graphic might be a little bit off, promise you it's 0-0, right? We haven't seen anything else. And this, I mean, like we said, should be a 3-0 in terms of predictions. But I think this is a way that Patty Formula could sneak it on away. I think they get one, maybe two games, maybe bring it all the way home. But this one starting off with a banger shot that's knocked away by Wuzzy.
Right now, we see the ball on the Pirate side, but they get it cleared across pretty well, trying to make an offensive push. Everyone, it seems like they're behind the ball. Very safe start. We're not seeing any outlandish plays. No one's trying to do anything crazy at the start. A good pick off there from Dry, keeping it low, keeping it out. Knight's going to get a good counter. Lev's going to put it off the backboard. Looks like Crab is going to be there first. No more boost left, though. Angel to pick this one up, gets it over Knight, and puts it right back across the midfield.
Knight, yeah, sticking with this one's going to drop it down for Wuzzy. Wuzzy? I mean, he's going to make me feel woozy if he hits this angle here, but no, just ball floating right across the net. This one's still flying. Knight, yeah, will throw it towards once again. But it seems like the danger is not over at all. Nightya finds the shot from the sidewall, and we've got our first goal of the series.
A fantastic 1-2 there. You see, the big takeaway is that they didn't have to go out of their way for that. That was just textbook to them. They didn't have to take any risks. That was just a simple pass off the wall, 1-2. You don't have to get everyone involved, and now they're on the board. A great way to start the series with the momentum in your favor. It always feels so good as a player to get that first goal and just break that silence, break the curse, because that first goal always tends to be the hardest for these players. And now we get to see what Patty Formula they're going to do in response. They're doing a good job keeping it past that midfield line, but as I say that, the Pirates are putting it right all the way down the pitch. Shot from Wuzzy's going to be right above the defender, right at the top of the net, and wow, it seems like Pirates, they are here to play.
I mean, I sure hope so, right? This is the game that the winner will go 3-0 clean into the tournament tomorrow. They're qualified already. And you don't want to have to play, maybe two more series after this one, right? That would just be a burden. Kind of waste your momentum. I guess maybe even some strategies if you're kind of looking at it that way. But you have to come back and at least respond once if you want to get to those strategies, as Lev will just throw on in another, and everyone is getting in on the action.
Fantastic 1-2-1 there. You see Lev finishing on the pre-flip. That's just the confidence that we're seeing from Pirates on a bot here. They are not worried. Those nerves that a lot of teams get, you're not seeing it out of them. And on the other side of the pitch, Patty Formula, I don't think it's nerves necessarily that's getting to them, but it seems like they're just having a more difficult time getting started. They're just not finding each other in the midfield as well as Pirates on a bot are, and making those connections is difficult. And you see a play like that, Angel trying to dive to make a save, but it's going to creep into the back of the net. Unfortunate misplays, and now all of a sudden it's looking grim for the blue side of the pitch.
I mean, I expected this to be a little bit closer on paper. I feel like it's time. We were talking about the momentum, right? I feel like we need to give it to this Patty Formula side real quick, just to get them a little bit started, make this a closer game. Because there is one thing that I dislike about some certain games of Rocket League. Don't get me wrong, I love them all. But I hate seeing a blowout, right? I want to see it go close to OT, maybe give us a game, some high stakes. And right now, we're just not seeing it. It's Pirates on a bot, not to be confused with Pirates on a boat that turned into Moist Esports. No, this team is just running away with it, and they're going to add another to their tally off of a team play involving a demo.
And I think you say it really well, at least from a caster perspective. My favorite Rocket League is good Rocket League. And good Rocket League is close, competitive Rocket League that keeps you on the edge of your seat. And right now, I'm fully reclined, leaned back, as this game seems very comfortable right now for Pirates. Albeit, there are still 2 minutes left in this game. It's not over necessarily. They might lose the battle, not confirmed, but they definitely aren't out in the war. They could use this 2 minutes, everything, just put all the mental strife behind you. Nothing matters anymore. Just see what you can do as a team to adjust to this really hot Pirates on a Bot team. Use this last 2 minutes to experiment, to see what you might be able to do going into game number 2 to put yourself in a much better situation and potentially come out the gates running just like Pirates on a Bot did to them.
Bry right now having an aggressive 50 towards midfield, or at least trying to take control of this ball. This one flung across the front of the net, but it will not get sunk on in. No solid I got it today. No throw-in ball number 1. It remains just at that total of 0. And this ball, I mean, we've seen it time and time again, glance into the Pirates on a boat defensive zone, but it does not stay there, right? It's just a great job from them to keep on pushing this one out, keep the ball moving, and make sure they don't get stuck in their own zone.
We saw a good attempt on a connection there. 1-2. It takes a few extra steps in the middle, but Angel is finally going to break the silence. And I mentioned it earlier, getting that first goal is crucial, especially getting it here in game number 1. You don't want to go into the second game having not scored and it just being an entire blowout. So a good start for Patty Formula here. They're going to get 1. Now let's see what they can do. Dry had a pretty quick kickoff, but it was met early. Angel puts one on target. Diffused by Knight. Lizzie on the follow-up. Crab does try and get a pickup, but doesn't happen. Gets a bump instead, and Lev's doing a good job. Was he pre-jumping? You can see that the players are assuming this game is over. The pre-jump just off the bar. Crab gonna turn this one around. Little flip reset action. Knight only one back, but the Knight in shining armor does put a stop to that play. Final 30 seconds, and I think it is almost confirmed here as far as the result of game number 1 goes.
I mean, whether I think it's over or not, I have a feeling that Pirates on a Bot think this game is over, right? You saw the giant pre-jump, which I feel like in a serious game of threes, you would try to conserve that boost, maybe set up for that player to bounce it off the backboard, you go for a double tap, something like that. Nah, let's go for style points right now. We've got a 4-goal lead, and sure, we're not getting out the passports and going to Brazil this game, but Dry knows it, the rest of Patty Formula knows it, and now we know it, as Pirates on a Bot will take game number 1.
And very convincingly, they do just that. Everyone on the team for Pirates on a Bot doing such a good job getting involved. It wasn't just one player on offense, one player holding down the net, someone setting it up. Everyone was doing everything, which is what you love to see. These players break out of the norms of trying to figure out who's the striker. The best teams nowadays are the teams where everyone can do everything. And that's what you want to see. And that's exactly what Pirates on a Bot are able to do here. Except on the other side of the pitch, it's not that we're seeing, roles form that are causing any problems. It's just they're not being overly aggressive. You're not seeing them get any major challenges out. You're not seeing them get those big wins that Pirates on a Bot are getting. If Patty Formula can put a little bit more work in finding each other in the midfield and start navigating around the Pirates on a Bot players, they might have a much better chance to have at least a better showing than what we saw in game number 1 there.
I mean, I think they did try a certain strategy in game number 1, and it really just did not go their way. I think partially that's because they were playing to their opponent's play style, right? We talk about trying to adapt and kind of figure out how they're going so you can play sort of in between the cracks of their defenses. but sometimes you have to kind of force your own play style on the opponent, try and throw them for a loop and make sure they're not comfortable. So we'll see how that combination of, forcing your own play style mixed with the adaptations come in for game number 2.
Game number 2, pretty neutral kickoff. Wuzzy's going to get the ball started on the Patty Formula side. Crab runs out of boost, almost picks up the flip reset, still trying to make a push. It's going to get cleared by Knight. See, everyone is just playing pretty spacious right now. We're not seeing any overly committed starts to the game. Wuzzy, potential for a double tap, does get bumped though and lost all of their momentum. Lev trying to do the exact same thing, almost gets the triple. Knight on the follow-up. Is it in? It does! It sneaks off the post and all the way across the net, and it seems like we are just resuming right where we left off as Pirates on a Bot strike first here.
I mean, that's a goal if I've ever seen one. One where it just bounces off the right post, then the crossbar, almost onto the left post as well, but it does make its way in finally. And Wuzzy will claim an extra victim called the kickoff goal. I mean, you can't have a game of Rocket League without one, it feels like.
And here we are, 2-0 in game number 2. Pirates on a Bot, they are hot right now. If we just want to get into the rhyming semantics, Lev trying to get something more going, plays it slow, a nice 50 out. Crab trying to clear this one out. You see a good double tap off the sidewall. Knight, a fantastic read, just returns it to sender. You see a very, very back and forth play. It doesn't really seem like Patty Formula are too keen on keeping the ball close to them at the moment. You see a lot of long clears, just trying to get the ball as far away from their net as possible because they understand at this point, if the ball is near their net, Pirates on a Bot are not going to let that fly. They're going to do something about it. We see a transition almost work in Patty Formula's favor, but it's going to get sent right back to their side. They're just going to have to try again right from their own corner.
Patty Formula just have no room to breathe right now. It seems like they're trying to get themselves set up to go for a zone entry, some sort of passing play, but they're just getting challenged before they even have the chance to set themselves up. Time to get that boost. And see, now you kind of have a scrappy sort of offensive play where you don't quite know who's first man or second man. And then you also just have your third man just trying to get back on defense because you know there's going to be a shot, a random 50, a clear that goes flying towards your net because of these players from Pirates on a Bot. They're so good at getting those long, big touches that you are not safe if all three of you are, I would say, even in the first 2/3 of the map. You really want to have at least one player back towards your net because they are just crazy insane with it.
We're already seeing pre-jumps coming out from Pirates on a Bot. We still have over half the game left, and well, who knows? Maybe that was the thing that led to this first goal. Crab picks up a good 50, goes off the sidewall, and you just see a little team bump there. Crab does pick up another demo. Angel there to secure it, but didn't even need to. A very interesting goal, to say the least, at least compared to the rest of the goals that we've seen for this series. Now Lev is going to pick this one up in the midfield. Can't find an immediate shot, but does get a bump. We see Patty Formula playing out of their own side again. The pass across the pitch for Pirates on a Bot doesn't end up creating any opportunities, but it's just this constant onslaught that we're seeing. Almost a fantastic double tap opportunity, but does get broken up by Patty Formula here, and they're doing a good job at starting to get this game going, and we see a goal from Crab, and just like that, when it seemed like Patty Formula was almost down and out, they tie us up here in game 2.
Not the most powerful of shots, but it gets the job done. The placement's good, and yeah, you will see yourselves tied up. And I know we're not supposed to root for, say, one team or another, right? We're not supposed to pick our favorites here, but I do think that I would like to see the desk's prediction wrong. I don't want to see a 3-0. That's my favoritism, my bias coming in here. I would like to see a close game, and I feel like that's not too unreasonable. I mean, we've seen the first 2 goals already from Patty Formula this game, and although they might not be those set team plays that you see them try and look for time and time again, they're getting the job done right now. And oh my gosh, is this a team pinch going in? No, it's not, but a little bit of extra danger for Patty Formula to focus on here.
Pirates on a Bot are bringing out these really confident plays. You see the pre-jumps, the aerial team pinch attempts. they're just doing whatever they want to do. And that's how you know a team is playing well, when they're not worried about this opportunity or that being a little bit too risky. They're just doing what they feel like they want to do. And that's what is helping them so much right now. That's what's keeping Patty Formula constricted, is that confidence from Pirates on a Bot. They are relentless. They are just piling on the pressure. Patty Formula, they've gotten a few breakout opportunities, and now they just need to find one more. If they can get a lead here and bring this game in their favor, that's going to send out a message in this series to tell Pirates on a Bot that, okay, maybe they can't go for all these overly confident, flashy-esque plays, and maybe they have to lock in and try and play a little bit safer game.
Dry now going up for this one and tries to 58 on forward, will do so, but Crab now gets beat by Lev with a great touch. Lev's got not one, not two, but three more extra touches before getting that in the air. Crab luckily beating the opponent there in the air, though, to gain possession of this ball as time dwindles on down. Still plenty left to score a goal, and somebody's going to have to score a goal here. It might be Wuzzy, but no, not quite yet. The defense is there. The demo did not clear the goal enough. So we will remain tied going into these final 10 seconds, but this shot dangerous, and it will squeak the corner. Go on in. Lev finding the tiniest of holes and manages to take the lead once more.
Not quite going into the last 10 seconds tied. They had to score just because you said something. And now we'll see, what can Patty Formula do in these final moments? They don't want to have to go for a reverse sweep here. They want to keep this competitive, turn the series into an effective best of three, but they have a mountain in front of them able to do that. Angel wanted to find Dry, and that would have been a great opportunity, but the pass was a little bit too far behind. He's able to get a huge clear. Angel to send it back. Some 0-second heroics, but that does touch down, and what was almost a fantastic opportunity to tie it up did diffuse itself, and Pirates on a Boat, they'll take game number 2, and they'll be one game away from taking the series.
I'm looking at the scoreboard right now for this game. There's one shot on, and yet there's 2 goals.
Mm-hmm.
That's typically something you don't see every day. But I mean, to each their own, right? If you can bring it to a close game like this, and your shots aren't low, or your shots are low, I mean, I think we know the one thing that you have to fix, right? Getting on those offensive opportunities. And for one of these teams, not quite been an issue, right? Lev has just been that person throwing shots on net, scoring the goals, and really getting in the assists too. I mean, it's just an all-around player, and that's, like you mentioned before, kind of the teams you like to see, and those are the teams that are excelling. This is the teams that can do everything.
Yeah, that first goal that didn't count as a shot was the one that went off of the left wall, then bounced back in. A lot of bumps, a lot of miscommunication going. So it didn't count as a shot, but it was a goal. And at the end of the day, that is what counts. It doesn't matter what your shot stat is. If you're scoring goals, then I would much rather have the goal than the shot. We'll see if we can see some more shots and more goals, though, for Patty Formula in this game number 3, because regardless of what the end result is, they could definitely use a little bit more offense, and they need to get that ball just a little bit further down the field. Last game, definitely a much better showing from them. They started to find each other. You saw the intention, which is key. Now it's just a matter of closing in, refining the angles, refining the passes, and getting those opportunities locked in and really turning them into great scoring opportunities, as that one almost was.
I thought for a second that shot was going in, and I also saw another pre-jump coming out this game, so it seems like that confidence has not wavered, even though the scoreline was a little bit closer last time. It seems like this Pirates on a Bot team, they don't care. I mean, obviously they do care, but they are still going to be themselves. They are still going to go for these hyper-aggressive plays, and Wuzzy almost converts on it. Just a little bit more boost in the tank to stay a little bit higher in the air. Would have been good for miraculous goal, but now Lev's the one that has one to beat and will not do so. Crab pinching that one away. And a little bit of danger here for Pirates on a Bot early. Patty Formula. I like this new team we're seeing in this game.
I do also enjoy seeing them ramp it up. They know that this series is on the line. Not a detrimental series to lose, since we are in the qualifiers. to make it through. So it's okay to lose here. You don't want to, though. You want the better seeding. You want to be done as soon as possible. You don't want to have to deal with the stress of playing more and more games, putting your seeding and your potential qualification on the line for longer and longer. Oh, almost a great opportunity there for Patty Formula. You saw they got so close to the net, but just that fantastic defensive stand. They're starting to heat up here, and I love to see that. They are not considering themselves down and out as Crab will slam that one down, and we have a lead for Patty Formula in the series.
Yeah, just didn't have enough boost in the tank to try and reach that one, and either way, it still would have been a tough save. I mean, Patty Formula, they're setting themselves up now. That's what we wanted to see. That's what they wanted to see. And now they're actually getting the results that they hoped for. Now maybe with another chance here. No, Welty will catch this one on the back wall, saving them from harm's way for the moment. But yeah, Patty Formula, I mean, this is a whole different facade that they're putting on. I don't know if it's the real one or if it's the mask that's been taken off, but either way, they are, I feel like their speed is increased even with the shots increasing, and they're just putting on a show for us, and one that is quite enjoyable to watch.
Very enjoyable to watch indeed. You can tell that they want it. They are giving it their all. That confidence is there. They know that they have nothing to lose at this point. It doesn't matter if they lose this game or not, because it's their last life in this series. They want to fight back, and they're willing to take the risks, even though they are up 1 right now. And you see they have not faltered in their confidence at all. They're still just being as aggressive as ever. A little whifty there in the net. Lev gets a shot out of it, but Dry will pick up a save and keep this game at a 1-0 margin. 2 minutes left, and it seems like Pirates on a bot are starting to take this a little personally.
I mean, I feel like if you're Pirates on a bot here, you kind of just got to be like, wait, we're better than these guys. And whether that's true or not is up to you to debate. But they have to have that confidence, right? That is their play style, and that's what's been getting them the goals. Naya just throws this one from their own zone all the way up off the backboard and just sinks the double tap.
Let me correct myself. I think Knight is the one that took the deficit personally. Just going from one end to the pitch to the other, flip reset, double tap. Fantastic shot. And now all of a sudden it's tied back up. And what do you do as Patty Formula at this point? You held the lead for so long, and you just see a cross-pitch solo play, and now Lev is going to score again. And this game that was starting to bring so much light towards Patty Formula in just a matter of seconds is now back in favor of Pirates on a bot.
I mean, Patty Formula, they saw that light at the end of the tunnel, but it was dampened by the very night that they find on the other team. This one, the darkness spreading as the 2-1 now is the deficit that you have to come back from. Although Dry tries to send this one forward, that will be exactly the fruits of their labor. Nothing. They got no pressure, but oh, Angel maybe with a chance. This one will rise on up before just getting sent back to midfield as we enter the final minute of what could be the series.
Could be the end of the series. Patty Formula, they've turned on the afterburners. They are trying to get this so bad, but in doing so, Knight, the one again to slow it down, gets a good touch off the sidewall, and a little bit of miscommunication on defense there, just teed it right up in front of the net. All Knight had to do was shoot the side of a barn there, and thankfully Knight can do that. So we have 42 seconds left and a 2-goal deficit. This is it for Patty Formula. This could be the series, so I'm very interested to see how they handle these final moments.
Oh.
And that's going to be tough. And I'll leave it at that.
What was that? Was somebody back in time for that goal? I'm not quite sure, but either way, I felt like that should have been a goal after the whiff happened. Although, I guess, saved from their mistakes, but you still need 2 goals left. Otherwise, this series is a GG, and Crab with maybe the final push, trying to sink this one in. The double tap not good. Sends it over to Dry to Angel. The team play is perfect. The passes are clean. And Patty Formula, they must have found the recipe because they are staying alive.
Well, hold on now. 4 seconds left.
For 4 seconds.
They could bring this back. 4 seconds. You can score in that amount of time. Dry's going to put it down the pitch. Knight playing it as slow as possible, just trying to put it down. It was kept up in the air for a second, but it does touch down. A perfect 3-0. Unfortunately, you hate to see it. The desk, they were right. They might know ball a little bit, and well, that is the series. Fantastic play there from Pirates on a Bot.
Patty formula. I mean, they just needed one goal towards the end, and unfortunately, right, unlike the Kung Fu fighting, that kickoff goal had to be fast as lightning, and it did not happen. So you will see Pirates on a Bot taking this one 3-0. Get the brooms out because it's a sweep.
A good sweep, and
We were playing with fire. Everything turned to dust. When we aimed to fly higher, we got lost and dragged each other down. We kept running from the shadows in the night, realizing it was not worth the fight. Moving on alone was what felt right, 'cause we were never meant to be. Dum dum da dum day, dum dum da dum day, dum dum da dum day. 'Cause we were never meant to be. It feels good, a new beginning. We are free at last.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Spate Championship Series Swiss round for Regional 1. The results from round 3 are as follows. In our qualification games, we have got 2 teams officially through into Sunday's matches. It's Pirates on a Bot, who were 3-0 victors over Paddy Formula here on stream, and we also had Empty Space, who just lost out 3-2 to Silly Billies. Silly Billies are through to that to the finals tomorrow. Sorry, getting caught over my words a little bit. We'll get there. Mid matches were just happening for Filiaz and Pause Up. Pause Up were 3-1 victors. No Idea beat Bahagski 3-2. The Core beat Colonizados 3-1. And In Person Uni were able to take down Last Min in a 5-game thriller. And then in your elimination matches, Next to New are officially out of this regional at the hands of Chelsea FC. That one was a sweep. And Cookie Munchers, as we mentioned in our last desk, lost in a forfeit loss to G Buffo. I am here with Jay and Colby once again as we welcome back Beaver to the desk. Gonna come to you, Jay, first. Any surprises from that round 3? Anything you want to pick up on?
Nothing too crazy. The sweep, I hate that the desk was right. The desk predicted a sweep for the last match that we saw on the stream.
Yeah.
Everything else, for the most part, looked like there was some good Rocket League all around, which is what you really love to see in these tournaments.
There was some good Rocket League, and there will be some good Rocket League for the rest of the evening. We are not done yet. With that, our round 4 games look like this. The Sunday qualification matches this time. Empty Space versus In Person Uni. Paddy Formula taking on Pause Up, and The Core versus No Idea. And then looking into our lower round matches, our elimination matches. Filiaz taking on Chelsea FC. Last Min versus G Buffo. And the game that we will be watching is Bahagski taking on Colonizados. What a game that will be. I just want to talk through Bahagski's journey to this point, Beaver. Tell me what you think. So they swept Chelsea FC in round 1, then they got swept by Silly Billies in round 2, who of course have already qualified to tomorrow. They then lost in a 5-game series versus No Idea in that mid-round match to find themselves here. It's been a mixture of results, and they will have to go perfect for the rest of the day to qualify for Sunday. Can this team do it? Is my question to you.
I think they definitely got what it takes. For sure. Obviously, you got Bosco, Jessica, and Taha on that squad. Taha is just such a take over the game player. And I know a lot of teams that he's on. If Taha's performing well, that team is going to go far. So I expect Taha to have a really, really big series against the Colonizados here, especially with that ping differential. You got two players that look to be potentially in Sam, just based upon flags here. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're more located stateside. But when you get players who are this quick and this mechanical, even 20 difference in ping makes all the difference in beating him to that ball. So we'll definitely see.
We absolutely will see. Colby, the Messiah from the previous game, predicting it correctly. Have you got another prediction up your sleeve for Bahagski versus Colonizados?
Bahaski, they're really good. He's right, though. Beaver's right. Taha, he can take over the game anytime. And if he does, his whole team is clicking. Thule, though, on the other team, he's really good. He's really mechy. If they shut him down, I think it's going to be 3-1, and Bahaski will win.
Husky to go through into that round 5. It will be a very close game. Round 4 of the Swiss stage commences right now. One team will be eliminated and one team will go on to the final game of today of this stream. Taking you through it are your casters of Fresh and Ari. Enjoy the game, lads.
Well, it is good to be back. Ari, wow, it has been a while since everyone's favorite hypecaster has been on this bench, but let me tell you, I am ready. Are you? Ari, you're muted in Discord.
Yucks.
Starting off to a great night.
Wait, I got you. Don't worry.
Where did he go? Where did she go? Ari, come
Hey
back.
guys, welcome back.
There you are. Welcome back. All right, that was a really rough start, but it has been a long time. This is our first cast together. I'm ready to go. Are you?
I am now. I was saying I was earlier, but apparently I was not. So yes, we're good.
We got Baraski, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, versus Colonizados. And I have not seen either of these teams play yet, so we're going to jump into this blind.
Well, I mean, we've seen a little bit of the plays, haven't we? We've seen something.
No, I don't think either of these teams have played before. Maybe on a B stream, but I haven't been paying attention to that. I was playing comp, getting bored, doing the matching and all stuff beforehand. So it looks like right off the bat, we are doing a lobby reset because somebody forgot to change the mutators. That's okay. It happens. So we're waiting patiently for this to kick off. But talking off right off the bat, let's talk about players, right? Is there anybody in this lineup that we really should be watching out for?
Ooh, well, let me pull up these rosters real quick. Who do we got here? Okay, I personally, the names that I have heard of GSKE. I still don't know how to pronounce it, but I've heard of them. I do know that they are a good player. I've seen them around in the scene. So I do expect some big things. I mean, right, obviously, it comes to mind that one Pirates of the Caribbean clip where it's like, you are the, worst pirate I've ever known or something, but you've heard of me. And that's what matters. And I think that's might be the logic I have going in here today.
Yeah, it's going to be when your name precedes you, it's a really good sign for the level of play that you are going to produce, quite honestly. So that's definitely something to look out for at the very least, is we want to see what GSKE plays like. I'm going to call him, I'm going to ask how to actually pronounce his name. We got Diego, Reckon. We're still waiting some of the other players to join. We got the new lobby up. We got everything just going on. We're just kind of stalling, being patient. We're building up the hype for this because, oh my goodness, this is going to be great.
Well, you asked me before if I was ready, and now I am ready for the second time.
You're ready for the second time.
But I don't think we're fully
they're
ready
just
yet.
they're going to do a test. They're just testing their ping, a score, and then they'll change the lobby again.
Yeah, it's the mutators are still the same. So yeah, I mean, enjoy this one goal because that's all you're gonna get to see.
Nah, we're still on the stream. We're still on the stream. Don't worry about that. Everybody loves our beautiful faces. Just if you're taking up all of their screen space, real estate right now. But
Well, GG. It's game number
yeah,
one.
Game 1 was the shortest game in Rocket League history. We took it from here to there in under 30 seconds. But they're going to go ahead and now, finally, match official, please put us in the game. We are waiting with palpitated breath, just waiting for this to come on and everything that can go on. So on the team of, I don't even know which is orange and which is blue. Oh my goodness. But we got GSKE, Taha, and Bosco on one side, and then we have Diego, Thule, and Reckon. Reckon. I'm gonna go with Reckon. We're gonna go with Reckon. Reckon sounds a little smoother on the tongue.
I reckon that's the answer.
That is the way to go. By the way, the new lobby is up, Ari, if you are not
it
in
is?
it already. Yes, it's the same info.
joy.
So joy. Yes, joyous Rocket League.
Take 3,
We're doing
right?
great
Take
right
3?
now. They fixed it.
Did they?
Well, I'm hoping they did because I'm not readying up until they say to go. So
Okay.
we're waiting on Melikim to go ahead and get us in here. But we're going in. The mutators are not up, so we think we're going live. Are we ready, Art? We're ready to go into this?
Why are you asking me if we're ready? It's not up to me anymore.
I'm making sure you're ready this time because you know what? We had a spook at the very beginning of the cast.
Wait. We
just
gotta
making
start
sure.
it how it. We have to start it we have to go into this game. Going in how we went to this original cast by me being muted.
Yeah. The most hyped caster in Rocket League right now is Discord muted. You can't handle the power. But we've got 6 on the field, 5 on the clock, and 3 games to win. Let's get it started off right now.
Finally. It seems like forever, and it was forever. But here, we finally get to watch some Rocket League, and I thought we were gonna have a kickoff goal. I mean, just don't start it like that. That would have just been shambles to start off this game. But luckily we don't. Luckily we get to catch our breath and have some fun talking about what we're starting to see from these teams. And what that is a lot of fighting for possession already. Though you can see a little bit more physical play than we saw in the previous series. I know you weren't there for it, but I'm sure you were watching on the sidelines somewhere.
Oh yeah, I was just kind of just teetering on the end. Everybody, well, Thule's going to get us started off with the scoring here real early. Puts one in that top 90, puts him down real off the bat. We're only 35 seconds into the game, and they're already starting off the score, and they want a quick done 3-0 is what they want.
Well, either way, we've played a whole match worth of tech issues. So either way, it's going to be a 3-0-1 here, if anything. 1 for prod. Or I guess is that a -1? I don't really know.
-1 for production. We finished 0-3 at the end of Swiss.
We'll take the L for that one. But, you know, these teams going into it, right, they want nothing but that loss. They want the victory. And they are going to fight for that, trying to take this one home. Obviously, if you win, you're going to go through to tomorrow. If you lose, you'll still have your life left, but it's not feeling comfy, right? You want to win this one, and oh boy, you have it in for you right now.
Here comes Taha, no boost, looking to make something happen, gets dunked by Thule. Thule gets a stop there on the wall. He's got like a bit of boost to make something happen. But Reckon now has control. 50's out all over the box. Down back to Thule, was waiting for it mid. Pops it up for his teammate, or goes for it himself again. It's an empty net. He's going to get a second one here. And man, I don't know which team is which. Someone tell me. The blue team here is getting started off really early, trying to put him down.
Bohagski is the orange team. That's, you know, you can see all of their names kind of combine into Bohagski. And so you kind of get that. But I was a liar, by the way. You know, I said one of these teams is moving on to tomorrow. I'm a complete liar. This is the lowers. So actually, one of these teams is eliminated. The other will stay alive. So you definitely want to win this series. Even a 3-0 can't make you feel super comfortable, but it will give you a little bit of confidence going into that next round. As we see that 2-0 lead, looking great for Colonizados. And yeah, I mean, the pressure that they've been able to put on right now, very strong, but can they keep it up? Did they put the foot on the pedal a little bit too fast, a little bit too early?
Now they're giving away all their trade secrets early on. Game 1 is always really just a feeler game between teams, right? They got to feel each other out. I'm going to assume that the players might have played each other. But as far as we've seen in this tournament, the teams haven't. And so we're not entirely sure how they're going to pan out against each other. Bosco is going to clean this one up with a broom and a dustpan and shorten the lead to 1.
Yeah, 1 goal deficit now being the case, and you mentioned shorten up the lead. I mean, does that mean that the lead cannot ride on the roller coaster? Must be 2 goals high to ride?
I am 5'4". Don't even come at me with the short jokes.
Oh, okay. Well, that is fuel for another fire to burn. But speaking of burning down to the ground, nope, can't go there. It's gonna be a Bohagski trying to come back here, trying to get 1 extra goal to tie this game up. And right now, Colonizados, I mean, they're not giving it to him for free, right? They're still going to apply that offensive pressure, and they are still, oh my, I thought they had an extra shot on it, but Diego gets bumped into Narnia. You'll still see this being with 2 minutes left to go.
Dooley has time control and a little bit of boost. He got the reset, couldn't do anything with it. Here comes Reckon, banking it off the wall, gets another one, looking for something on the backboard, but Dooley is out getting resources on the far side. G-Ski has this up. He gets a nice little flick over the 45. They have to send 2 to keep that one out of harm's way. And Taha can unfortunately capitalize on that open ball there as it gets 50'd off the backboard. Now they're looking for another one. It's a double. No, it's taken away. Pinched out to the midfield, and Reckon unable to recover on that. Dooley's going to try and keep it in. It's one to the offense before they have chance to get boosts. Taha's going to challenge this. Nope, he elected not to. Diego losing it there is now Bohasky, believe me, is putting on us a little bit more offensive pressure than they have been previous little bit of the game.
Once again, you have kind of everyone in midfield, which is kind of a strange concept to fight with, right? Obviously, you want to have your rotation set up where one player is coming on in, but you also want to take your 50s, make sure you can push offensively. And with everyone being in that midfield, it's very much a question mark on who will actually end up with possession, get a free shot on goal. But once someone does establish possession, they're going to get these offensive chances. And it is Bohagski right now that will end up with that chance. Oh my gosh, it's a fake shot, and Bosco converts on it. Oh my gosh, the ankles are broken, and my eyes cannot imagine what they've just seen.
I mean, I hope he's got good health insurance because both his axles are broken right now. This is absolutely, that's disgusting. That had to be calmed. That had to be the way it was supposed to go.
Totally.
But
calculated.
But calculated. I think the Rocket League vernacular is we take those, and that's why you don't send multiple in the air. But coming back the other way is Colonizados as he gets an awkward touch out to Taha, who's going to take it. He tried to get a touch out to his own net, but he couldn't do it. Joski's going to move this one backwards, busts out the protractor, puts it behind him, and now they have a lead.
Stole my word. I was going to use protractor. But yeah, I mean, that's a great angle. It really is. You saw this one being 2-0 for Colonizados, and now it's 3-2 Bohagski. I mean, this is a great comeback, even if it is in game 1. This is a great showing of momentum. And I kind of forget what the desk predicted. I know it was a 3-1, but I didn't know who's in favor. And right now, Bohagski seem to be the ones in control of at least this game, as they have scored 4 unanswered.
Yeah, they are absolutely. They got caught a little flat-footed in the beginning of game 1, and it's not something you typically want to see, but it is just the way the cards fell.
Is it flat-footed or is it flat-tired?
I don't know. I'm a little bit too tired for puns.
There are 4 on each car. Thank you very much. This is not motorcycle
Come
league,
on,
but
man.
either way.
Come on, that was so good. That was
no,
so
I'm not
good.
letting you get this one. It's Bohagski that will take game number 1, and we might be having a little bit of fun, but don't let that take away from what you're seeing on this scoreboard. I mean, 4 unanswered is really crazy of a showing.
Yeah, 4 unanswered after going down by 2 is a nightmare. Like I said, they got caught a little flat-footed in the beginning of the game. They got hit with like a shell shot kind of effect. They've kind of played a little too cautious, didn't really do exactly what they wanted to do, and then they conceded a couple really what I would consider silly goals, right? They weren't anything crazy mechanical that came out from Colonizados. It was just whoops, I wasn't there, or I rotated too far. But now that they're starting to settle in, we're going to see a lot more dominant come out from Bahaski coming into the later end of the series.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we do get the rest of the series underway as we're just waiting for everyone to ready up. I feel like nobody is safe in the series. Neither of the teams, nobody on production. Everyone is kind of just waiting for whatever to happen. And sometimes that is what you have to do. You kind of have to play in the moment, right? Think, okay, let's take it one game at a time, one goal at a time, and make sure we're playing our play style as opposed to our opponents, and just see what we can get done. But either way, I mean, I'm gonna sound like a broken record, but 4 unanswered is crazy. I'm sorry, it really is.
It really is quite the comeback, the change of momentum from one side completely to the other. Because it really was all that was is that momentum that Colonizados had was really just Bahaski not having their proverbial stuff together. They weren't ready. They didn't show up ready to hit the field. I guess that kind of delay and the confusion really started them off on the slow foot. But once they got into that first minute or two, when they got over that little hump, they started dominating from there. 50s were in their favor. Boost control was in their favor. Timing, rotations, everything was in their favor. And they got to display those mechanics that they so love to use. And I'm really looking forward to seeing them later in the rest of the series.
And luckily, we do have the rest of the series. If you've noticed the map rotation, no, you haven't. We're just gonna move on to game number 2 here, and as we kind of see off of these first few seconds, right? Still feels like that same game that we saw last time. Sometimes you can really tell off of the first few seconds, right? If the teams are going to be playing the same as last time or whether they just completely swap it up. But then again, I guess everything changed on a whim last game. So we really don't know what to expect.
Here comes Reckon down the other way. Leaves it for Thule. Thule's got boot. What is that car? Honestly. What is that car? What in the Plat 3 is that he's got going on right there?
Don't insult me like that.
Diego gets us started off early. 47 seconds into the game.
I enjoy my Plat 3 car design very much. Thank you very much. But yeah, Diego, I mean, this one's just pure off the ceiling, right? Raw mechanics. Wasn't too much of a setup. Definitely seemed savable as well. But still, I mean, that's where the fundamentals come into play, right? Sometimes in kind of this typical series that we're seeing here, it doesn't really matter to forcing the other opponent's mistakes. It's just about letting them make those mistakes. And they happen at all levels of the game, right? Even in Tier 1, you'll see somebody miss an aerial, something like that, do a backflip. And you just have to be able to capitalize when you're gifted those moments. And Colonizados, well, they're gifted one off of a nice aerial play from Diego. That 4 unanswered, it's right on back down to 0, and they're going to have to find a little bit of a comeback in this one if they want to make it a 2-0 lead for themselves.
They do want to make it a 2-0 lead, but we all know what happened to the last 2-0 lead they had. Thule gets a nice little dump here mid, down putting Brahovsky on the back foot now. Jaski, they send up 2. They've got 2. They bumped each other. Neither of them have boost and ended up accidentally knocking it back into their own end. Bosco here.
Tactical back pass.
Nothing. Tactical back pass. Yes, that was totally intentional. Calculated. Oh, the pinch! You hate to see it. 2 of them went and only took him to 1 to beat it. That's so unfortunate.
Not so tactical back pass.
Failed back pass.
No, but I mean, but that was a shot on the correct net. I mean, that was a beautiful team pinch, whether that was intentional or not. That ends up in the right net for them. They score a goal, sure, but I mean, if you're the defenses there, right? What are you doing? Like, how? Not what are you doing as an insult, but like, how do you defend that? There's no way that you can expect that shot to go on net with such power, other than to read the fact that they're going to run into each other. They do, they get a goal, and I guess now you're just hoping for a little bit of deja vu moments coming back from this 2-0 deficit. Once again, Diego!
Thule puts it right side. Wow, what a play from Diego to keep control of that. The tap off the ceiling, off the backboard, and Thule's just like, yep, I'm just going to put this over here where none of you can reach it.
You see this empty net? Yeah, me too. I'm going to throw the ball in it and make sure that 2-0 doesn't become 4-2 like it did last game. That will be 3-0. Thank you very much. But, I mean, the desk predicted a 3-1. I could easily see this one going to 5 just off of how these teams are playing. I do think Kolonisados has the upper hand, but I think they've also been making a little bit more mistakes. Bohegski really being the consistent one, Kolonisados really being the flashy one, the one to set up all their plays and kind of enforce their play style. So really just comes down to who plays their game better. And right now, Taha will try and force their own, will not get anything done, just a shot on net. And this one cleared right back on out as Thule will command it over in the corner.
Yeah, they got control in the mid now. He's got nothing boost. He loses that 50. That's in a dangerous spot. Oh, he gets slammed out to midfield. Diego was there to recover that ball, but that was really dangerous coming up out of there. Reckon now on the boost, or on the wall, rather, with no boost. Diego, I don't know how you missed that, but we're going to talk about it later. And now, racing back is Kolonisados as they got a demo in the net. Somebody's home. Two of them are. Neither of them can reach it, and G-Ski puts that in.
I mean, that situation, right, is like when you're in the dark with a cord and a power outlet, and you're just trying to plug it into that power outlet, but you can't find it. So you kind of have to reach around to get it, and sometimes you just completely miss. There you saw two players in the right area, couldn't quite find the ball to make the stop, and you will see the grounds for a comeback to be made. I won't say that the whole coffee is being brewed just yet, but we do see a little bit of those foundations for what could be the tides turning once again.
Reckon gets demoed there along the sidewall as Bosco leaves it for Taha. Taha gets a 50 out to the mid, but he lost control. He leaves it for Reckon. Reckon dunks it up to Thule. Thule gets a down pass. Reckon knocks it off the cross. Not the crossbar, the post, the sidewall. He missed. We'll chalk it up to that. Diego loves that ceiling more than my first wife. Puts it up against the wall, pops it out to the mid. G-Ski asks that there is anybody home. No, it's just barely wide. As now the Brohowski can't quite find the back of the net.
I am not going to question anything you just said in the past 20 seconds. Thule now trying to take this one forward and will not get the shot on net as it's still throwing me off. GSKE is, Gesecki, that's a football player. What do you do?
GSKE,
Either way, Kolonisados.
I'm trying to pick a name, but I can't pick one because it's hard to say GSKE in a short span of time.
How about this?
Too many syllables.
G. He's just a G.
G. He's just a G. He's just the G. The OG.
Not on Team OGs here, but still needing a goal here, needing two to tie this one up. And it doesn't seem like that is going to be the case. This ball will fall in the corner. GSKE, he's the G. If he can get this one, or even 2 goals in 0 seconds, doesn't look like that's even possible. And that'll be a wrap on game number 2. That's right, Kolonisados, they're going to take their first game. And we got a series all tied up with a nice little bow.
Yeah, it's coming up now. There, Brohowski, whatever the name. These three, the orange team, had a really strong momentum, but blue caught them, back on their back foot a lot of that game and actually started to display a lot of those, a lot of those mechanics that won them that game.
And I'm going to be honest, I don't really know what's going on. Are we having a reset lobby? Are we not?
On the back end of post, I'm going to assume so. Match. All
Well,
right, so Spate 1, round 4, and then join. And it's joining. So there's somebody else in the back end, hopefully a match official that knows what's going on. And
hey, we're just here for a good time. We're just here for a good time.
Having a good time, Ari. Or are you not having a good time? What about you, chat? Are you having a good time? I don't even have chat up right now. I'm just asking chat questions.
Ain't looking for nothing but a good time.
That's
What is that? What is
throwback. You're really dating
What is that? High
yourself
School
with that.
Musical?
No,
I don't know.
it's Poison from like 1983, bro.
Oh
What?
no, it's in a. I'm sorry.
High
So
School Musical. Oh my. No, sit down, boy.
let me explain myself. I did High School Musical and the show Rock of Ages in the same year, and so that song is in Rock of Ages, and those were linked in my brains. Hence,
That's fair.
why
That's
those two
fair.
came up. I don't need a Troy Bolton cover of "Ain't Looking for Nothing But a Good Time." I think I'm okay with that. I'm having a good time without it, and I'm not having a good time without some Rocket League right now. Let me in the game. I want some.
We're waiting on players to get back in here because they decided to change the lobby again. To change the map, I think was the problem, is to change the map. So now we're on the third map in the map rotation. All players are here. Send it. Send it all the way. Send it at Mock Jesus down the field. I want to play more Rocket. Well, I want to cash more Rocket League. I'm not playing right now. I could never keep up with these guys.
Yeah, I was gonna say that wouldn't end well for us. I feel like we would kind of be screwed over in that situation. I mean, already you're insulting my Plat 3 abilities, so I don't know how well of teammates we would be here. But we've seen some solid teamwork from these players on the field right now. I mean, right, the passing plays have been like 70% of the goals. The solo plays were kind of based off of the mistakes that we saw from the other teams, and that's really been the determining factor, kind of the combo of those two pieces.
Yeah, your biggest thing that you have to watch out for on this Colonizados team is their mechanics. We saw that Reckon and loved to go for that ceiling play, along with they'd stop doing everything and changing teams all the time. I could see where their names are at. Diego, that's his name. There we go. Diego loves to go for the ceiling. He loves to go for those resets. He really wants to put that player flair on it, but he's not getting a whole lot of space to do it because G-Ski it's him is shutting him down and not letting him do anything.
I mean, yeah, you really kind of want to enable your star players, and that's not to say, right, you have one, but sometimes solo plays will show up a little bit more than those team plays. And when they do, right, you want to make sure you can capitalize on that, right? Go to fifth grade grammar school, make sure you can pass your spelling tests because that's important, right? You have to start with the fundamentals, and then you can kind of push one player one way or the other. I mean, we've seen it even in Pro Rocket League, just like Daniel. I mean, even on all of the teams that he's been on, really, he has had those solo plays, making it the star player, and has been part of some team plays, right? But also is that anchor and really brings it on through to the next game. I thought we were going to see a kickoff goal to start this one off, but not rewarded with that just quite yet. Can't have super nice things all the time.
Oh, you push that 50 out in front of the box. Diego just couldn't get a touch on it. Racing back now, Bosco looking for something off the corner. Thule makes the save. Wow, to read that one. Tied up in the corner is Diego and Reckon. Thule's chasing this out from 50 with G-Ski. Comes back, knocks him up into the corner. This Bahaski team isn't really set up to defend this well, but it's okay because they missed. Coming back the other way, Reckon looking to pass up to the wall to keep for his teammate. It's out in the mid free. Only Diego's home. He's got full boost. Can he read the touch? No, he can't. G-Ski puts this one in and ties us up. What am I talking about? Goes up by 1.
I mean, he ties up the defenses, makes them, starstruck at his awesomeness because he found the great placement on that one. And really, that shot, bottom right corner, that's the only way you can make that one going in. Obviously, right? You see the empty corner, you shoot it in, right? It's that easy. No, it's not. You really have to calculate where those defenders are, right? You can maybe shoot it behind them, but then there's also a possible backflip. So just getting the placements combined with anticipating defender movements, always a great thing to do, and a great showing from Bahagski as they will start to put this one up 1-0, almost 2-0 there with an extra touch, but Taha not rewarded with that. It remains in that 1-0 lead.
Ski has also changed over to the Fennec, mind you, in between games. He caught that on the fly. Bosco now. Oh, why? Where is he going? Someone get him a map. Boy, that boy flew through there like Amelia Earhart, just gone with the wind. G-Ski now looking for something off the backboard. Doesn't have anything. Bosco puts it into the corner. All 3 Colonizados players are in the corner. I'm not quite sure what's going on, but I'm not invited, and I'm kind of sad.
Ha ha ha. That is my laughing.
Okay, you know what? That pun was a little too low for me.
Well, it can't be as low as the goals we're seeing from Colonizados right now, right? It's a big fat donut on the board. And this isn't like them, right? Usually they get out to those early leads. Yes, they threw one away, but they've had the potential to score these goals. And with 2 minutes in, I'm a little worried. Sure, I wouldn't put it past them to come back into this one. But I'd like to see that team play, that kind of calm down nature that they've been able to put through and really set themselves up for success. Right now, they are playing a little bit frantic, and it honestly looks like a whole new team in this game number 3.
they're playing really like almost like an anxious style where they're going for really preemptive touches and they're going for a lot of really early challenges instead of just waiting for him to go or waiting for the second or third touch. They're not playing patient, which ultimately is the death of them because they're tripping over each other at the same time. There's no space between the players. So these really good passes that they were good at last game aren't going to matter. Like Diego, look there, he got a pass out to the mid. He just wasn't there to receive it. Taha now has control of it. 50s it back. Bosco's going to pop it out to the mid for nobody. As Tuli's going to bang it all the way down. Taha's going to race back. G-Ski's going to knock this off the backboard. Diego's going to try and get it to somebody. Reckon is who he gets it to, and he sends it home and ties the game at 1.
I just realized there's 2 E's. It's actually
Reckon?
It's actually Reekin.
Oh, it's Reckon now. He can
Yep.
deal with it.
All right, fair enough. I mean, Reckon, yeah, has a great shot on that, and really the setup also beautiful. I mean, now we're starting to see that colonizados that we've been seeing before, but I'm still not convinced, right? I need an extra one to prove it to me. I feel like that was just a fluke, and this team play still a little bit shaky compared to what we see in game number 1 and 2, or at least the first half of game number 1. Bosco, however, trying to push this one forward. Tuli will be able to get at least a touch, clear it on out for the time being. Diego shoving this one in the corner, trying to look for an extra touch. Will go for a swing and a miss, strike 3, but at least the possession still in favor of colonizados. This one's going to go waterfalling on down. Reekin now trying to sneak this one through and will not do so. Taha will just have to lob this one towards the colonizados net, and it will seem like GSKU will not be able to do anything either here.
Reekin knocks this one down mid. G-Ski knocks that over to the sidewall, but Diego's there to read it. Taha trying to get control of it, knocks it all the way back to the other end. It's forfeit in the mid. Reekin has the boost, but he gets challenged by G-Ski, knocking all the way down the other way. Tuli knocks it into the corner, and here comes Bahaski trying to get something going, but they're just playing very, very, very patient and slow. Calls his teammate off. Demo in the back by Taha is great to get the defender out, and that gives them a 1-goal lead with 37 seconds left. This colonizados team is up against the bricks now.
That was a beautiful touch. I would not be able to do that if I tried, but these players, they're on a different level than me, and for good reason. They're showing it on right now. They're out in a museum. They're in a glass showcase, and I don't know how you would fit a Rocket League goal in a glass showcase, but either way, that one deserved to be in it, and oh my gosh, does this one too. Reekin just steals this ball away around 2 defenders. Truly fakes the extra touch, and Reekin will just slide it under. Perfect comms, perfect gameplay, and they are rewarded with now a tie game.
Well, they were punished for sending 2 players on a double touch that didn't actually happen, and Reekin only had to come in and just kind of clean that up with a broom and a dustpan. But Tuli here knocks it off the backboard. Diego gets a 50 off the ceiling. Who has more boost? It's Reekin, but Jinski is there to knock it off to the midfield. Diego looking to backtrack. He's got to catch this off the wall. He does. He gets it over 1, gets it over 2. Reekin is there still, pushing it over the top, trying to go for a corner. Gets the reset down and end! And with 1 second left on the clock, Reekin takes this home.
Can I say the phony?
Can you say the
Do I-
phony?
No, can I say the funny? Do I have permission?
Yeah, go ahead. Say the funny.
He is absolutely wreaking havoc right now on this
I
lobby.
Swear to God. No, revoked. Jail. Straight to Rocket League jail with you. Bosco popping this off the backboard. They're looking for another one for the road. They're keeping it up. It's still in the air. Reekin knocks this down to the corner. It falls to the ground. And colonizados takes game 3.
You know, I'm still not convinced. Yeah, they won this game, but it really was just a pop-out game from Reekin. I mean, yeah, the setups were there from the team, but 7 shots, 3 goals. I mean, can you really do any more other than, I guess, score 40 more goals or something like that? Either way, that was a game from Reekin. And this colonizados team, I want to see the team that we saw in that game number 2. They were looking dominant, even though the scoreline, was a little bit shaky here or there. I want to see that team. And we saw sparks of it in this one, hence why they did come out to this lead and did end up winning. But I don't know. I mean, they really just have to play it consistently. As for the opposing team, right, you kind of just need to push it a little bit more, go the extra mile, because right now it feels like they're kind of just sitting around twiddling their thumbs. And that's not to say, of course, that they're not doing anything, but I just feel like there's some extra events where they could be taking initiative, go that extra bump, something like that, get a little bit more physical, and you're going to see yourself scoring a bit more goals.
Well, Hotski do not want to let this one go, being one down in the series, and when Colonizados is on match point, since it's only a best of 5, they have to take this one here, and they have to make it happen. Taha gets an awkward touch out in front of the net, but it's recovered by Bosco. Rican takes a back pass to Tuli. I want to say Truly so bad, but he gets dunked by G-Ski, and Hotski takes this one early on.
I mean, GSKE just said, "Sir, you are a children's book, because that means you are easy to read." And that touch was perfect. The angle was immaculate. And you just see if the first goal for Bohagski, and that's what I'm talking about. That's the extra mile that I want to see, right? Something where they're going for those confident plays. I mean, we saw it for other teams today, how those confident plays worked out. It throws the other team for a loop. They're not expecting it sometimes. So really, you're going to see a little bit more reward than you would. Just taking those right risks is all you have to gamble on.
Yeah. Rican gets a 50 there. Oh, it's still dangerous in front of the net. Boxy manages to recover, but Rican keeps putting the pressure on. Thule gets one up and over the defender and ties this at 1, and we have a game on our hands. They want it. They want it bad, but how bad do they want it? Well, at least that much.
Again, for anyone just joining us or maybe tuning a little bit late into this series who didn't hear it before, this is the lower round 4, meaning that the loser of this series will get sent home. 3 points is all they will get for the whole circuit right now in this first regional. The winner will stay alive. They'll move in on the Swiss stage number 5 coming up right after this one. And then that person, the winner of that game, will be in tomorrow's events in the tournament stage with a chance to turn in some big points. Very crucial series right now, and both of these teams desperately needing this one to stay alive.
Here comes Thule back the other way. He doesn't have any boost, but he still managed to get a little bit of a play on it. But Taha is there. Manages to get back to it. Free jump to the dunk, didn't quite get anything on it. Bosco misses that challenge as well, leaving GSKE back there by himself. Rican has boost, control, time, and airspace. He called the FAA and got cleared ahead. But no, nothing comes of it as Bohagski shuts that down and takes the counterattack into effect.
A little bit of a swing and a miss there. Both cars just flying on by, but I guess that's what happens when there's a bump. A little bit, I guess, unfavorable for both teams, but it does seem to work out for this Bohagski side as they will push it on forward. Thule will be waiting on the sidewall, but with no boost, can't really do anything with it. GSKE going to be sending this one on down. The shot, not exactly super powerful as no boost is in the tank, but sets up the teammate maybe for a double tap. Here's the shot. It's off the MVP, most valuable boost, and we will remain tied as we are halfway into game number 4, but never mind.
What were you saying?
I am great at curses.
Yeah, you're great at caster curses. That's right. Diego knocks this one in to give them a 1-goal lead. We're about halfway through on the time on the clock. We've got the ability to see a game 5, and I want to see it so bad.
I mean, apparently we can also change the outcome of the games too. So, I guess surely Bohagski don't score a crazy 0-second goal to bring this to overtime, right? That would never
Give them a little more
happen.
wiggle room than that. Give them a little more wiggle room than that. They got this easy. It's going to be 6 goals unanswered in 2 minutes. Just watch.
It's supposed to be a curse. That's the whole point. They're not gonna do it, right?
Nah, they won't do it. They won't do it.
Exactly.
GSKE puts this into the corner, follows it down to nobody. Thule can't quite get there, but Taha has time boost. He gets a bump on 1. They're having to send 3. The net's open and everybody's awkward. GSKE knocks this one in and ties the game at 2.
I'm going to take my magical top hat and set it on the desk. I'm just gonna rest it, and it can sit there for now before it's needed again. But yeah, that will be an equalizer. I mean, Bohagski, right? They are not letting this one go. They made it this far for a reason, and they're going to prove that they have what it takes to make it into Swiss Round 5, make it into tomorrow, and really, they just have to hold strong here. Don't make those mistakes, and above all, like we've been seeing in the past few minutes, don't get bumped. That's been the real thing. Yeah, you saw an unlucky pinch goal as really her only mistake, but overcommit there might be a cause for some panic. But oh my gosh, Riken, here's the double tap, the angle way too far wide, and well, you will see both of these teams remaining tied. That's my cue again. Nope, okay. It will be actually remaining tied.
Rican following this under two, who's got no boost. Diego has to come in to clear it out. Racing off there to that is Bosco. Pushes it up to the ceiling. Talks it back into the corner. Gets an awkward touch as GSKE knocks this down the sidewall. He's trying to get out in front of the net. They want this open. Oh, it's 15 in front of the net. Rican gets a really good touch. Thule up there reading the 50 to keep that out of harm's way. Diego decides to give it a little bit of time. Oh, Bosco almost came in and made that threatening. And now back on the counterattack is Bohaski is really fighting for this. They want this bad. Putting a lot of pressure, and it's mounting, and it's only going to be a matter of time before they can stay that far up. GSKE gets another touch out to the corner, gets a touch out mid, looking up. Oh, Bosco can't quite get to it in time. Taha gets stuffed in the midfield.
Diego now the one to have to keep this one in the zone because Thule just got demoed right sent to the mechanic shop. You're going to have a few repairs there, and GSKE will join them, but this game, remember, still tied 10 seconds and counting on down. Somebody would like a goal here to feel a little bit secure going into possibly a Game 5 or the next series. You're looking for a buzzer beater here, and will anyone converge on it? Here's Thule up in the air. Not a clean touch. This one will fall to the corner, and overtime in Game 4 will be the result. This one very close, and honestly, this is how we expected the series to go.
Yeah, GSK has it up. Oh, he has a chance there. Gets 50 by Thule to keep it out of harm's way. Diego looking to get over one. Gets it past Bosco. He's got control. No boost, though. Can't get it open. He gets it flicked down to the mid. GSK knocks that out away. Thule looking for a double touch. Brecken is on the backboard. Nobody's home. GSK gets a touch up into the middle. Who's got boost? Diego does. He's trying to get it under control. Goes for the reset. Elects to take it there. Gets 50'd away by Taha out in the opposite corner. Gonzato's looking a little worse for wear here. They don't want to give them the option to put pressure in on offense, but unfortunately, that's just the way that Bohaski rolls. Bosco's got a touch. He's got over one. Brecken got caught out. It's in the corner. Bosco puts us in, and we have Game 5.
Bohaski. They've just managed to do it. That one really, really scrappy towards the end. But they got their goal, and they are going to take it. The desk is finally wrong. We can bash them for it, make fun of them. I'll be on the desk next segment, so I can make sure to do that. But
I'll be on the desk on the closeout segment, so I'll make sure that you got your credit for what you were supposed to do at the beginning.
Exactly. But yeah, I mean, Game 5, this one really proving to be, honestly, the closest series we've had all day. I mean, Game 1 was a close one, the first series. But this one, standing up to what we would love to see. We mentioned it earlier. You don't want to see a blowout. You want to see a good competitive game of Rocket League. And here, I think you're rewarded.
Yeah. What I like to point out the most is that there's the one player that's kind of leaning back. So they kind of put it onto the shoulders of GSKE and Bosco. Taha with only 191 points to show. I mean, look at the even point spread across the line from Diego, Thule, and Rican. It's just it's so close to each other. And then there's Taha back there with emotional support points in the backfield. Now, he still had a lot of really good plays, but I really want to see him get more involved this next game, because if that's the case, if it just needs to be Taha's confidence and Taha's consistency, that could be the game decider for this Bohaski team.
I just want to point out something that we saw that you guys didn't really get to see off broadcast. We had one of the players, we had Rican asking what game it was.
That's actually a huge thing.
Yeah, it is. I mean, there's two ways to look at it, right? It is, well, one team is taking this one game at a time. The other's thinking, how much wiggle room do we have, right? And, Rican, they were up, what was it? It was 2-0. No, it was 1-1. So it was back and forth each game. So I don't know. This is a little interesting to me to see the mentality these teams have going in. I feel like all or nothing should be the mentality they have right now. And the fact that they didn't have it going into that first few seconds, strange to me. But oh my gosh, we're going to start this game off with a banger.
Surgical precision on that save. You know he is clenched and puckered right now. That was close. Taha, unfortunately, without any boost, unable to really do much about it. Coming up the fit Y side wall, 15 that. Can't quite get to it. Bosco puts it down into the midfield, knocks it all the way back down the other way. Diego gets bumped. GSKE is up for this. He's up for the double. Doesn't get contact on it. But unfortunately, Diego, having no boost, knocks it up to Truly, puts it up over the backfield, and knocks that away out of harm.
Time to see the first goal of the game. Right now, it seems like a few seconds in, but it's actually about a minute. Bosco kind of just lobbed this one in. Bohowski taking, what is this, their first, quote, lead of the series, right? They've had leads in the games, but now they finally get to feel what it's like to be a little bit closer than your opponent to the, I guess, the taste of victory?
Absolutely. It is. They are a little bit closer. They're definitely getting there. Bosco missing that, unfortunately, but Taha pops it up. Oh, there's nobody home. Tuli's got no boost. He's got to dive for this. Diego knocks it away. Rican is up for this for the bounce. Doesn't quite get it. The demo there puts oh, it's still dangerous. Can Bosco get it out to somebody with boost? 50 by Diego makes sure that stays away, but it's up on the backboard for the double. GSK, he knocks it off the crossbar. Oof. That's not one you want to let go. You got to capitalize on that opportunity if you want to take colonizados.
I mean, to be fair, though, that was a very difficult angle. I mean, there's not a huge margin for error. You really have a small few pixels where that angle has come through, but that's, you know, what separates, what is it, the men from the boys, the goats from the, I don't know, the sheep. Either way, one of these teams they have to come out on top, and the goats, you know, they're supposed to come out on top, right? That's how that works.
Yeah, they're coming out on top, but they're definitely coming out on top right now as GSKE puts in a second one, gives them a 2-goal lead. Now, I'm kind of curious to see if Colonizados can't turn this back around and do the same thing to them in Game 5 that they had done to them in Game 1.
Oh, that would be poetic.
Poetic justice, to say the least. Rican gets a nice little 50 off the kickoff, gets it into the corner, steals the boost, goes up the sidewall, leaves it for Tuli, who knocks it down. Diego is just a little bit late to the play. Bosco trying to get it out of harm's way, but Taha is going to have to come in and clean this up. He gets dunked and back into the box it goes. GSKE is going to try and control this out of the zone. Bosco misses completely, not even close. Diego looking for a pass, truly gets this in, and oh, what a play that calms the patience. The wild car design that I just cannot get over. They shorten the lead to 1.
Tuli just taking what's been donated to them, right? Free ball, empty net. Just getting the job done. And right now, you do need to kind of make sure all of those moments do go in your favor, right? You're down 1 goal here, Colonizados. They just need to play their game, right? Bohegski, yeah, they've had some flashes of brilliance, but you're able to turn off that light if you just play your own game. You have to be on the offensive a little bit more than your opponent, and this will be why you force them into awkward positions. Henrican will strike again.
Goodness, Rican, buy him dinner first. Wow. Tying the game with absolute malicious intent on that one. That double tap was moving at Mach Jesus, somewhere in the realm of 70 miles an hour for those of you that use the Freedom units. But now, Diego on the ceiling, looking to challenge, but he doesn't have a lot to do it with. Tuli not getting contact on that ball. GSKE is up for this, puts it off to the side. Oh, leaves it for his teammate. Bosco's going to knock it off the backboard, but Rican's already there. Rican waiting for Tuli to get a touch or a bump or a demo, something to give him a little bit of space, but they're not quite getting it. Here comes back the other way, looking for something off the backboard, and I wonder how many times this Bohowski team is going to put a backboard touch before they realize that this Colonizados team can read that every time.
GSKE trying to take this one down into the corner, but stolen away, pickpocketed by Diego. We'll try and stick with this, and Tully will get at least some sort of a touch, but will not get any sort of value here. This one, except falling down, Rican does it all again. Hello, this one's out of nowhere, and the waterfall trickling Colonizados into the lead.
You almost said colonoscopy. I know you did. Because that's what I thought you were going to stumble over.
I just put the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable.
ain't that the truth? Caster problems, right? But Rican has his control up. He's got reset in the box. He doesn't get it over GSKE. who challenged that beautifully, but it's still in the midfield. Neither team getting a handle on it. Thule knocks this off the sidewall, looking for something more. He gets a really awkward touch, kills all the momentum of the ball. Rican once again has possession, has time, gets a 50 out in front. Thule's going to try and catch up to this in the corner. He gets possession, but he's got no boost to work with. Leaves it for his teammate Diego, 50s that, keeps it into the offensive zone. GSKE knocks it to the midfield, but again, he's dry on the boost. It almost feels like they're all overspending on their offensive attacks, and neither team, I don't know how they do it, it's coming into offense with little or no boost to make the play that they want to make, especially in the midfield.
I mean, you can tell right now Bohaxi are definitely nervous. You can't have this kind of sweep fashion happen to you in the same way that you managed to pull out the rug from your opponents in game number 1, right? You were down 2-0 and you come back 4-0. That's not, or 4-2. That's not how you want to see this final game going for your side if you're Bohaxi. And that seems what the script is following. The poetic finish, like you mentioned, it might come to fruition, but they're going to do everything in their power to make sure that does not happen. Bohaxi trying to get one last offensive play going, and they will get a demo to start it on off. This one's going to be at least some value, but Bosco setting this one up dangerously. GSKE will get beat to the ball, and that might just do it. No, still kept on up, but Diego maybe with a shot. This one off into the corner, and it will fall on down. So Colonizados, it took them a little bit longer than they wanted to, but in poetic fashion, come back 3-2 and take the series. 3 games to 2.
Okay, come on now. You're falling apart there. But it was a really close series, and if you're Bohovsky, I would not go home like disappointed or hanging your head or anything. You put up one absolute bloody fight to the end, to the very end, and it came down to just that one goal. But congrats to Colonizados. They are moving on, and Bohovsky, I believe, is relegated from Swiss, correct?
Yeah, as far as the stats that I see on my sheet are going, yeah, their run is over. That's gonna be a goodbye to you guys. And like you mentioned, right, it was a good showing, right? You have to hold your head high. You have to come back next regional, prove that this was just a lucky day for your opponents. You're gonna come back stronger than ever. But speaking of people who are coming back stronger than ever, it's gonna be us right after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
one that's right here, standing by your side. Open up your heart and let me in. I promise not to break you. I promise I'll be all that you want. So let me in my heart before. Let me in. Oh, your love explodes. Our hearts implodes. Your love explodes. Our hearts implode.
playing with fire. Everything turned to dust when we aimed to fly higher. We got lost and dragged each other down. We kept running from the shadows in the night, realizing it was not worth the fight. Moving on alone was what felt right, 'cause we were never meant to be. Dum dum da dum day. Dum dum da dum day. Dum dum da dum day. 'Cause we were never meant to be. It feels good, a new beginning. We are free at last.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Spate Championship Series Swiss round for Regional 1. The results from round 4 are as follows. Our qualification games, Empty Space 3-0 in-person uni with a forfeit win, taking Empty Space through to Sunday's games. Paddy Formula 3-1 winners against Pause Up and No Idea beat the Core 3-1 as well. In our lower matches, it was an absolute bloodbath. Filiaz taking out Chelsea FC in a sweep 3-0. A forfeit victory for Last Min against G Buffo sends them out of the tournament. And Colonizados, as you saw on stream, beat Bahagsi 3-2 in an absolute thriller of a 5-game series. I am here with a fresh new desk as we bring back Somber, Ari, and welcome Fresh for the first time tonight. Ari, what an absolute incredible game between Bahagsi and Colonizados.
Yeah, I mean, that one twists and turns, and I think we said it on the cast with the poetic finish, right? You had game one, the comeback goes on through, really sets the pace, and then it gets completely scrambled up by the next few games, and the map resets and the lobby resets, and then it ends how it starts with the final, comeback win once again. So, I mean, props to both teams. That was a great game.
Yeah, for sure. Somber, looking at those results, anything jumping out at you? Any surprises? Anything you're seeing as maybe something to bring up?
I think just throughout the whole thing, Pause Up, kind of having the run that they're having. Slayer, Taco Stash, Duckworth, and K Frost. I would have expected different results, to say the least. I did not think that they would be a round 5 team here tonight. I think that's kind of the biggest takeaway looking at this final round here. I think that everything else, also Fearless, like that that's your 2 seed coming into round 5 and qualifying through a DQ against In-Person University, another big shocker. But I think that Pause Up, seeing that roster and knowing the caliber of players that are on there, I was expecting them to not only seed higher, but also not be here in round 5. But they're here, and they got to try to make this final run to qualify for tomorrow.
Yeah, speaking about that round 5, let's have a look at the matchups for the final game of today. It's the Core taking on Last Min, which we will be watching here on stream. As well as that, it's Pause Up taking on Colonizados. And last but not least, it's In-Person Uni taking on Filiaz. Gonna be an absolutely massive team. Lots to talk about for these two teams, but the Core just came off a loss with Last Minute coming off a forfeit win. I'm going to go over to Fresh and ask, who has the momentum in this game? Because it doesn't really feel like either team have that much.
The momentum is going to come on the team that has the most chemistry with each other, right? That has the best mentality. I mean, if you're coming off of a forfeit win, you're like, well, now you're stale, right? You're not, you can play games, you can play comp, you can play ranked, whatever, but you're not in the competitive mindset. And that's what's going to be the biggest deciding factor between these two teams is, who stayed warmer longer after their series. then that's going to be what, decides the momentum coming off into the early series.
Okay, I think we've got a little bit of time. So we are actually going to get a prediction from every member of this desk for this last game of the night. So you'll better start thinking. I'm going to come to Somber first. Series prediction. The core versus last minute. Who's taking it and by how many?
All right, so started off the night with my bias to an individual player, and I'm going to keep that going. I got Ramen and Last Min taking this round 5, making it to playoffs tomorrow. I got them doing it in 4.
In 4. Okay, interesting. Ari, coming to you. Big game this one. Core, last minute. Who you got?
Yeah, I think I'm kind of going to agree here. I mean, I'm just looking at the matchups that we've seen earlier today. Last Min, right? Their wins were against, yes, G Buffo, who FF'd unfortunately, and Chelsea FC, which may not be one of the stronger teams here, but I mean, still certainly, right, one that's qualified, proven themselves. The core, they went 3-1 against Colonizados, 0-3 against G Buffo, or 3-0 against G Buffo, and then they kind of fell short against who was it in the first round? Furias. So I think I'm gonna go Last Min in 4.
Last minute in 4, a 3-1 victory. Fresh. What kind of fresh ideas have you got for this game? Talk to me.
Oh, it's a close one. It's a really difficult call because I know I know a lot of the players that are on these teams. I think my favorite being Exiled. He's one of my players that I love to watch. He's definitely somebody that you want to keep your eye on moving forward. He is a heavy hitter as a player, as an individual, and I really excited to see what he does. But I think Exiled and crew are going to take it in a 3-2 game 5.
Game 5 predicted by Fresh as well. And we also want to hear from you. Get involved in chat, folks. Who do you think is going to win this game? Because our desk may know ball, but they very rarely listen to their hearts. They often listen to their heads. So talk to me in chat. Let us know who you will be supporting. We will be getting into the game very, very soon. But we still have a little bit of time, which means that I think the desk should also predict the other game that's taking place at the same time. Pause Up taking on Colonizados. A huge game happening over on the other side of that bracket. Somber, talk to me. Who have you got in that one?
So looking at Pause Up and their run, they have not had the easiest opponents, and they've still found some success. So I think even though that Colonizados is coming off hot, and Pause Up, like I said at the top of this desk, it have kind of underperformed to my expectations. I think that they're going to be able to clutch out around 5. So I got Pause Up, and I think that they're going to do it in 5. I think it's going to be a very tight game just because of the momentum that Colonizados has built from their last match, and they're coming in hot. They just finished that match, so they're going to have everything going for them. I think that they're going to start off pretty quickly in the series, and then Pause Up is going to regain and be able to clutch up that game 5 and make it to tomorrow.
Okay. Not much longer left until our game, so we will quickly go to the other two just because it's only fair. Ari, talk to me. Pause Up, Colonizados. Who you got?
Honestly, I mean, maybe it's something that I saw just watching the past game, but I'm going to take Colonizados in 4. I think they really can bring it through. And yeah, the matchups, they were tough for both of these teams coming through, but I feel like Colonizados, just from what I've seen, I kind of believe in them. I feel like they have the potential to bring it on through.
I like it. I like the confidence. Very nice. And lastly, Fresh. Pause Up, Colonizados. Deciding vote here on the desk.
I don't think Pause Up got it. I genuinely don't. After watching Colonizados play and hearing the track record of Pause Up coming in a little cold, I've not got the most faith in them. That doesn't mean we love to get the catcher's curse. We love them to prove us wrong. But just looking on the track of what's come prior to each series, I'm saying, you're coming off of your Colonizados, you're coming off of a loss. You've got a revengeance match. You've got to make back up. This is make or break kind of time. They're going to have that mindset. And Pause Up coming in cold, I'm going to go Colonizados on that.
Very interesting from the desk. Get ready, folks. It's the final game of the night. The last chance to qualify for top 8 of Regional 1. Will it be the core? Will it be last minute? It's time to round out Championship Sunday with your casters, Beaver and Colby. Enjoy the game, folks. We'll see you on the other side.
We are back at it with the last one of the night. Game 5. Maybe? We'll see. Series 5 at least going on. It is Beaver over here with Colby getting ready to go for this last one of the night. Colby, how are you doing?
I'm really good. How about you?
I am doing good. Excited to get in and ready to play some Rocket League. And I know the players are ready to get in and play Rocket League to go. It is kicking off right now between these two squads. Winner is moving on to that top 8. Loser, you had a long night. And good luck next time. And it is going to start out with the Ramen with an early goal.
Already. Ramen putting it in the back of the net. A lot of pressure on this team. Both teams, honestly. You lose here, you're done for the weekend. You're done. You're not playing tomorrow. So a lot of pressure on these teams, and that's a good shot by Ramen.
And definitely a good start. You want to, of course, get going nice and early and perhaps take it down in 3. Of course, it's been a long night. It's been a lot of lobby delays, a lot of random things that have gone on. So you don't want that, of course, to be all for naught. I mean, there is, of course, the prize at the end of the night. But more importantly, those SCS points are huge to get towards those regionals. And then that, of course, finals at the end. So you are going for points for sure.
Yeah, a lot in this championship series, and both teams right now playing some good ball right now. Vivid's gonna try to get it mid to Stallion. Stallion's gonna take it up the wall, try to force him, gets the reset, does not connect. But they got a breakaway though. Last mid, can they do anything? No. Vivid now. The corner. It's a good dunk, get a good 50 mid. Anybody up? No. Just Vivid. He's a great player. I've seen him play a few times. I mean, when he flips that switch, he could definitely make this series fun.
Absolutely. And we would expect nothing else, of course, after the night of Rocket League that we had. The core is coming off of that loss. They were up in that higher seed. They could have ended it. No idea they lost in 3-1. Last min, they've had to wait a little bit. They did come through with a forfeit win over, of course, G Buffo. So they've been on ice for a little bit too. So do you have the fatigue from the 3-1 loss or just the ice? Which one are you taking?
Probably the ice. I mean, honestly, when you're taking a break for so long and you're just ready to play, I feel like the ice will cool you down, you know, and you're just not as hot. You know, you want to keep playing. You want to keep that momentum going. And maybe they've fallen off the momentum. But right now, they're looking all right. They're looking pretty good. But it's too early to tell. That might go in, and it will. Extreme puts it in, and that's 2-0 for last min.
Yeah, it's a great touch by Ramen. Another perfect touch off the ceiling from Exile. The 1-2-3, all players involved for last min there in order to put that one home. It was a great effort here. 2:50 to go. Kickoff number 3 gets stalled out, and a double 50 off the kickoff. It is Vivid looking to make something happen past Ramen. Ramen able to stay strong in that defensive half, and that Stallion. Ramen coming up with a 50 again. No boost. Exile going to take out Vivid. This one heads towards the net. It is going to float up into the goal box. Somebody's got to get back from blue. It's going to be Exile to take this out of the zone.
Yeah, this defense from last minute, it's looking phenomenal. I mean, right now they're on their heel, though. They get a good save. Gets cleared out. Extreme's going to try to push it onto the net. Doesn't really get a good hit, though. Vivid now and take control, get a few touches. It's mid, though. It's wide open. Oh, and they missed. The defender missed, and Tyro missed, too. Unlucky. Trying to get it mid to Stallion, but you can't connect. The defense from last min looking great. The 1-2 play, and that will leave it wide open for last min. That is unfortunate.
The counterattack, give and go. They just played that 1-2 perfectly against Tyro. And as you were talking about on the other side, it was a little bit of, hey, I'm just going to try to force the 50 on in. The 50 never came, whether it be just because of I don't think players at this level whiff there, so we're just gonna call it a fake. And if it wasn't, you get credit for it anyway. But they were able to
Yeah.
not lose the 50 by just not taking it at all. This ball floating just dangerously inside of the goal box is going to be exiled. Wraps that back on through. Tyro is there. Push it out. Extreme. Gonna get towards exiled. Cross pitch. Looking for Ramen to maybe push up on that play. And ended up accepting the back pass instead. Over to exiled. Off the ceiling. Back down towards Ramen Extreme. Uh-oh. Counterattack. Nobody home.
Yeah, you can see, though, the double commits coming in from last min. But the pressure is still there, though. The core just can't find any offense. They're trying to clear it, though. Stallion has time, but he missed. Low boost there. Extreme gonna get a good dunk on there. I don't know, Beaver. I don't know. And that might be in. There you go. It's a good start. Maybe a comeback, but they don't have a lot of time. Only a minute left in game 1.
Yeah, maybe a little shaking off of the rust there. Going there is, maybe if you get a quick one here, it could be interesting still. This one gets 50'd away, though, across the pitch over towards Stallion. Stallion looking for that sidewall double. Towards the midfield box. Ooh, a nice 50, but still in danger. Flip resets in from Stallion. Now we got something interesting here, Colby.
Go. Yeah, you're right. You never know. Rocket League is a game. It's mysterious. Anything can happen. And look at that. They were down 3-0. Now they're down 1. And they got a lot of time here. They can make something happen, try to force overtime. We are about to see, though, as Stallion clears it to the blue half. Vivid trying to get a touch, but he goes bumped off. Stallion going to take his time, get under the ball, try to flick it. They're playing fair. Weird little flick there, but there's going to be another clear coming in from the last min. Good touch there. Stallion going to try to bang it to Vivid. Vivid now gets a good touch. There's only one man back. It's a good touch there, but one's mid. Oh, couldn't find the mark. Got bumped into the ball. Extreme now going to clear it out the Ramen. Ramen going to take control. Vivid's up. They have 10 seconds. Can the core do it? Are they going to do it? Oh, I don't know. I don't know, Beaver. Not looking good. That might be it, and that is. Wow, what a game.
All goes down there. Last min taking advantage of the series 1-0 so far off that 3-2 victory. It was a furious comeback there from the core. Maybe shaking off that fatigue a little bit. Maybe got the 5-hour energy going, something to get them excited there in the second half. All 3 players of last min, though, all over the score sheet. 1 goal, 1 assist, and 1 save for absolutely everybody. Just handing it out over there on the side of last min.
Yeah, they just had a lot of pressure. Their defense was pretty good, too. And the only thing I could say, though, Vivid and Stallion and Tyro, they're pretty solid, and they just have to connect. They got to get the ball out because it felt like they might not have a lot of shots. The last man might not have a lot of shots, but it just looked like they just had more control of the game, and they need to focus on getting more control and taking their time, and I think they'll do better.
Yeah, looking more into the in-depth metrics in terms of field domination, it was actually the core who was on top there, 57 to 43%. Yep. Normally, you would see that obviously favored in the other way of the winning squad. But, that pressure, again, it was a furious second half there from the core. So they're, of course, going to be looking to take that momentum into this game 2 and perhaps even up this series at 1, make that best of 3.
Yeah. It should be a really good game 2 here. 5 minutes of Rocket League in game number 2. Here we go. Core versus last min.
Is going to be Stallion taking control of the play early. 1-2 with Vivid. Exile just picks off the pass. Along the side wall, it is Tyro. Ramen takes a shot towards net. Vivid is going to push this away. Nice demo by Vivid to get rid of the shooter. Stallion able to continue pushing this along. A little basketball dribble puts its way on through. Ramen able to clear it off the side. A little bit of chaos here. Nothing really controlled here in the first 30 seconds of game 2. This was a nice infield touch. 1-2 back over to Exiled. Vivid intercepts. Nice little play that developed there for last min, not able to come to fruition.
Oh, man, you could see, though, how both teams are trying They got so much pressure on the line here. I mean, they have to win, Beaver. They got to. You got to make it for tomorrow, and all these points matter. You need it to get to the regional and do all these things, major, and for the finals, of course. And right now, though, this looking like a new core team, though. They're playing really good, but it's just, again, this last min team, they're passing, they're trying to find each other, and that's how they won the last game. No one home, though, to put that away. Extreme going to take it to the corner, try to get it mid again. That's a good touch there, but it excelled. Ramen in the corner. Can't get it past one. That's a weird pass. It should be open. Oh, man. A missed opportunity there for the core.
Tyro now going to try to take control of the play here. Tyro tries to get a low 50. Ends up getting the inverted pinch there. Ramen clears it out. Good, nice and calm. It's exiled. He's got Extreme to his right. Not able to find him there. He's lost control of the ball. Now Stallion. Gonna go coast to coast. Flip resets on. Looking to find Tyro. Extreme. Able to put this out. First 2 minutes. Not seen anything of note yet. Each team with one shot on the board. 2 demos in favor of this orange squad. But it is exiled. Try to go for the redirect to push that back in. Not able to find anything there. Is this one coming up on the midway point? Oh, nice little 50 over to Extreme. Extreme looking for the double to put that in. Tyro will clear off. Exiled, shot towards net, taken away by Stallion.
Yeah, it's looking really good. Both teams. The core's defense looks a lot better than last game, I will say. But this last min team came to play. They're trying to find new ways to score. And that's a good boom there. Off the backboard, one man's up. It's hanging around goal. It's down mid. Will it be in? And it will be. Stallion gets the rebound from the team. That's just a good shot.
Yeah, that is pixel perfect. Hunted that bottom left corner. Had 2 defenders in net. Was able to thread the needle and put that perfectly into that bottom spot. So it's going to give them the lead here into game 2. When I was exiled, tried to do it himself off the kickoff. Extreme gets 50 away by Vivid. Great save.
Wow. Good save there. Tyro's up. Vivid's there. Oh, that might be an own goal. Oh my gosh. That was close.
Yeah,
Gotta
a
get
little
back,
too close for comfort
Yeah.
there. Almost put it in his own top left. That is the wrong direction, but unfortunately, I guess for last minute that didn't go. And that's a favorable bounce. It's going to go towards the corner. Tyro is there. Looks to slot. Gets bumped off the play by Stallion.
What a
Ramen,
save.
once again, it's been Vivid. Both attempts. Making some hero saves. Can't make it on that one, as Extreme will come through and knot this game up at 1.
Man, he got close again. Vivid's been there. He's had 2 amazing saves. He was actually turtling right there and almost got the save. 1-1 though. Game 2 looking pretty solid, looking even. And yeah, I'm happy how the core is turning this game around.
Definitely making it nice and competitive. Here's the last 120 heading off the clock here. The next goal could be the winner. Tyro off the back wall. This is just going to catch Exiled out of position, and that's a free one for the core. You take that every day a week and twice on Sunday.
From the squishy save to the shot, he just wasn't ready. I wouldn't be either. I didn't expect him to just shoot it, but he did, and it worked. I mean, it's a good clear and great goal. They needed that big. They're up by 1. Can they hold on? They have a minute left. Stallion gonna bang it to the corner, try to get a double, hit it mid. Vivid could not get the shot there. Extreme now gonna try to do something with it, but Stallion cuts it off. Vivid can't get a good, he gets a good touch actually. Didn't think he had it. Extreme misses. Tyro's gonna clear. 45 seconds remaining. Can a last min tie it up? Can they get something here? But core right now looking dominant. They're looking good. They have one more push. No. Vivid beats him to the ball. Is he going to get the double? And he does. The 1-3, and that might seal the deal for game number 2.
Even the defensive stud able to come through, grab another one. This time on the offensive side off the nice double tap, and Shirley It is looking great here for the core to even this up with just 28 to go. You need something heroic here if you are last minute to come through it. Ramen trying to make that happen. Shot towards net, off the post and in.
Uh-oh.
Hold on a
Uh-oh.
second, Colby.
Hold on. Hey, it might be just like last game. You never know. You never know. This game is going. It can go both ways. They got a lot of time here. All you gotta do is have a great kickoff, and it could be it. But we're finna see. It's a good kickoff. That's a good dunk. Oh, he missed. Oh my gosh. That's
No
in.
way.
That is in. That is in. What a bump there. Oh my gosh. Ramen
Absolute
come
cinema
in
there of
and
just
sit him there. And it is 3-3. Holy cow, Beaver.
just cars flying everywhere, and you talk about a weight room 50. That was it. And this match, just like that, snaps back to 3-3. Trying to end in regulation. Not able to get there. Vivid stopped by Exiled. 0 seconds on the clock here, looking for heroics. This one, it touches the turf with about 70% of the way in. Bailed out, and then off the kickoff. Oh, the misfortune of Rocket League. You see the absolute jubilation and heartbreak immediately.
Oh my gosh. That was like 80% in. And then they get a kickoff goal. They were down by 2. And they brought it back and won in overtime. What a game. Holy cow.
26 seconds that perhaps will haunt the core to their core. With that one, able to erase the 2-goal deficit, somehow escape with that ball touching the turf on the goal line in 0 seconds, and then to be able to force through that kickoff.
Wow.
I mean, how do you shake that off through the core? You feel like you got robbed, and frankly, you probably did.
I mean, they were playing so good, you know, and I feel like they played good Rocket League, but man, I mean, at the end of the day, they just wanted it more. The last minute, they wanted it more. They came back down by 2, under 30, and they showed up in overtime with a good kickoff. I mean, this is it. I mean, you got to reverse sweep. You got to win 3 games in a row now. You have to lock in or you won't make it tomorrow for Championship Sunday. Here we go. Game number 3.
Absolutely, and some big points on the line here. There's a full point difference between the standings and where they are now, and obviously you have the opportunities to earn more. 5th to 8th, you get 6. 9 to 11, you get 5. But you're chasing down that, of course, $70 for first place, but a big 16 points in that Spate Championship Series. So a huge, huge game. Obviously, for the core, you need this one to start the momentum to perhaps get the reverse sweep. And of course, if you're last min, you're trying to end this night off.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no doubt about it. They want to end this and go to bed. They're ready for tomorrow. They need to end this. I mean, they're just looking so good. But you never know, though. We've seen some crazy things today. I think we had a reverse sweep. I am pretty sure we did. And we could be bound for another one. But right now, about a minute in, the last men are looking really strong. Extreme's going to flick it over Tyro, but Vivid's going to cut it off. It's mid, though. It's hanging. Stallion clears it. Exiled. It's going to get a touch. Vivid going to try to get it around, and he does. Not the touch he wanted, though. Now Extreme on the ball. Tries to get it under. Can't. Stallion. Stallion has been playing great defense. I mean, he's cut off everything. And now Ramen going to go around 1.
Oh, Extreme with the demo play.
Oh. Nothing you could do when you got someone chasing you.
I mean, he was coming full speed. Extreme never got the demo, but did enough to harass to get Vivid out of position in the net, and then a perfectly placed shot. You still had to get that. Oh, Tyro's in a scarab. I missed that.
He's in a, yeah, that's what
apparently.
I said. Okay.
Hey, we're having fun.
I guess so. I guess you're down 2-0. You can do whatever you want and just goof off. But they gotta realize
the noise
this
can
is
be
it.
distracting.
Yeah.
Exile, that's a perfect first touch.
Oh,
And once
no.
again, Extreme harassing Vivid. This time,
And
Vivid with the
that's-
save.
Oh.
Tyro with a good sweep from behind, too, to keep this one knotted at 1. And then a wild pinch is going to go towards the other side.
It's a good clear there. Tyro in the Scarab. I don't think he needs to win, but who says you can't win in a Scarab? It's a good shot there. Ramen, good save there by Stallion. Extreme's gonna try to get it back mid, but can't. Good clear there from the core. The core. I mean, what do you think, Beer? I mean, they're playing good, but they have no offense right now, and it's just been rough for them.
Yeah, you gotta put something
Uh-oh.
towards the net, and that's a huge save by Exiled on the double save. You know, that was only the second shot
There
of
you
the
go.
game, but all they need is the third, as Vivid's gonna come through, smoke this one on the far right side of the post. You weren't catching up to that one. 73 on the gun, and threads the needle past 2.
Yeah, that's a good shot. That's a good pass. I mean, absolute strike to the net, and there was nothing they could do. I mean, they weren't even ready. And now Vivid has so much time in the air. Extreme, though, holy pre-jump. Going. He's been playing really good. I love watching Extreme. But is that it? No,
What a
save there.
save.
Stallion, I'm telling you, he has been on a tear, cutting off shots, passes, and saves. They could have something going here, though. But they only have a minute and 40. They need to win 3 games. They need to focus on this one. Right here. Stallion gonna clear it to the corner. Ramen's gonna hit it back, though. Ramen, 0 boost in the tank. Gets a good 50 mid. No one's there. Stallion's gonna put it to the corner. He's got a lot of time. He's got a lot of boost. He's gonna try to get it mid, but Tyro is there. And they're looking pretty solid right now.
One just flip reset, nothing doing on the flip reset through as you come through on the last 70 ticks here in this one. Vivid gonna take out Ramen. Stallion puts this one off the ceiling. Exile's gonna have to make a touch, and he doesn't. It's just gonna float on in. Stallion gets credit for the goal. It just was so awkward.
I don't know what he was trying to do. I don't know if he was trying to get on the backboard and then clear it, but he got stuck on the crossbar and just could not get the connection. That's one of the weirdest shots I've seen today.
Strange one indeed, but if we did see on the last game, Last Min had the ice. They, of course, said, hey, we actually have 60 seconds instead of 23. We got plenty of time. Almost forced in there as Ramen tried to win the 50 against Stallion. As Colby's been saying, Stallion and Vivid, the pair on the back line, have been absolutely massive in a brick wall defense. And Vivid, once again on cue, comes from behind the play to take away a flip reset from Ramen.
Yeah, they do have some ice though. I mean, they had to score 2 in under 20 in over 20 seconds. They only had about 20 seconds to do it, and they did it. So no counting them out. Right here, they got to do something though. Stallion's gonna go in the corner, get a good
Huge
pitch
touch.
clear. It's a huge touch for the core. Vivid's gonna bang it back. They got a lot of time here. No, they don't. That might be in. No, it's a good save. They only have a minute or a second left. It's hanging up high. No boost for the team here. Gonna try to bang it on the wall. He's gonna put it down. No.
No way.
Is that in?
No way.
Oh my god! Oh my god! That is in. What? I was
The
gonna say
0
something.
second magic, a pinch pass that leads
my
to Extreme coming down the pitch to
my
get it on
God.
0 seconds. How does that
did it
pinch go
again.
so perfect? And then he just read it. He's there. Unreal things, and the
Oh my
ice
God.
is there.
They have an open
Another
net.
kickoff. No way if Extreme gets
Oh my
this.
gosh!
Oh, he just
didn't
didn't
know they were gonna
anticipate the
make-
miss.
Oh my gosh! I can't believe it. We talked about the ice, and they had it in them. They had it in them, and now we're in OT. 20 seconds already in, and there's been a lot of things happening. Good 50 there by Ramen. It's mid. Stallion's gonna try to get a good touch here. Exiled miss though. Extreme with the great clear, and he gets over 1. It's hanging mid. Vivid gets a good. It's an okay touch. It's a good save. Extreme's there.
Oh, saved by
dunked him.
Ramen.
Oh my god.
I think that one was
What is
fine in the
going
back of the
on?
net, and Ramen just was trying to get out of there. Ends up saving his teammate's shot that would have won the series for him. Exile throws that one towards the pitch. Vivid able to take a touch. Shot on target, denied by Ramen. First minute of overtime has seen some interesting stuff.
what
A
a
big
save.
save by Exiled.
Save.
I thought when Ramen missed it, that was in. Exiled came from
That
behind
is-
the play, and Tyro, the Scarab Bandit, coming through with the game winner.
Oh my gosh. Tyro in the Scarab takes Core to game number 4. What a game. They had the ice, but the Core had to melt them up a little bit, taking them to game 4. Man, holy.
I just,
Whew.
I don't know. I don't know what to say, how to handle. There's just
6
so many
saves.
things that are going on and that are just so not necessarily random, but
Oh my.
a 0 second that comes off a pinch play that goes down the play. The defensive efforts on both sides have been absolutely extreme. I mean, we
Yeah.
talk about 15 shots there
Look how many
from last min,
saves.
9 saves on the side of the Core. 15 shots. You
Gosh.
say, hey, we went to overtime. We have 15 shots. Our opponent had 6. You're going to think that the 15 shot team wins 100 times out of 100. Not
Oh,
the
yeah.
case.
I mean, Stallion had 6 saves. I mean, he was a defensive gauntlet. And Vivid, too. He had 3. And, wow. I mean, brick wall. That's what they needed, though. They needed a win. Maybe we can see them come back and get in the rhythm here. As Tyro is not in this Scarab no more. He changed cars after they won. I guess it was just a good luck thing, but now he's back in the Octane. Vivid gonna get it clear here. Right to Ramen. Ramen, though, with 0 boost. Gets it over. What a flick there. Tyro with the touch. Gonna try to flick it around one, but can't. Stallion's kind of awkward. Exiled. Bangs it mid. I mean, we could see anything at this point. I mean, this series has already been crazy. I mean, we've had 3 games that have been insane last minute. And we can see anything.
This has been a cardiac series for sure, with all the action coming in the last minute. A bark down, and it's in from Ramen. A good effort on the back line there from the Core. Not able to get that one through. It's Vivid just barely missing it. Tyro tries to backflip it out. Just can't get there quick enough. Last min taking control of this game 4. They don't want to see champions feel. They want to end this now. It is going to be Exile taking a big touch. Looks to get past Vivid. Vivid able to keep this one in line. Extreme touches over to Tyro in the midfield, and a huge save by Ramen.
Yeah, they do not want to seem champions field. They really don't. Core right now, they're looking pretty good. That's a good bump, but Exiled is going to be there for it. Vivid with low boost gets it over 1. No one's mid, but Vivid's up. Gonna try to get this down. No. I mean, you just never know. I mean, both teams are playing really good. Ramen had a great shot, bar down. And Tyro tried to backflip it out, which is just a hard save, and there's a lot of pressure. Oh, he missed, though. Vivid gonna try to get a wall read. Does. Hits it to the corner. Ramen with a weird clear. And that is mid. No. I mean, both teams are playing phenomenal. And
To be
I'm
honest,
liking the
Colby,
ball
I
like
don't-
we like to see.
I don't even know if we need to say anything until the last 30 seconds of the game, because it doesn't really matter.
We might as well not. You're right.
And-
You might as well. We just might as well
until
be
the-
quiet, shut off the stream for 2 minutes, and we'll be back.
It is a moot point until the last 30 seconds
Yeah.
for sure. As this one will get evened up, because that's how it has to be.
See, that's
It has to be evened up because it can't mean anything until the last 30.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. It's got to be even up 1-1, and then we have the last minute, so then we can talk. You're right. Yeah, these teams been going back and forth, and things have happened. Crazy things have happened in the last minute. Every game, there's something new in the last minute. We might see something here. That's a good play there from Tyro, pitching it off his teammate's car. Backflips it in. Stallion
You know, will he have that brick wall kind of game this game? Well, anyone will. No one on the core team has had any saves yet. Stallion, though, up, trying to get it mid, but Extreme is there. Extreme gonna try, and he bumps Vivid. Vivid gonna get a weird touch. They double commit again. Vivid gets a good touch out. Tyro gonna try to clear it mid. No, he can't. Oh, wait, that's a good 50, though. It could be in a dangerous spot. But Extreme has been everywhere for this team.
Exiled perhaps got the flip reset, ends up getting the baton from Ramen. Tyro back down to Vivid. Intercepted by Ramen again. It is Tyro who's still trying to find Vivid. They are trying to make that passing play work. Last men want nothing to do with it. Extreme off the wall here. A nice little touch by Vivid. Tyro now into the corner. Looks to chase this down. Get that towards the middle goal box. It's Stallion. Infield touch. Vivid denied by Ramen. It's the last 90 seconds here. Now we start to get into crunch time. Oh, a team bump on the side of the core. Can they make him pay on the counterattack? It is Stallion who got back. Could have been danger, as I believe it was Vivid and Tyro who came together, and they both had no boost, able to recover back now. Buck 15 to go. This one infield touch. Vivid once again able to make that touch away, and there's a big boost steal. It's going to be an open net. If Tyro can get there, it's in.
Oh my gosh. I mean, can we say something now? It's about 6 seconds until 1 minute, right? I can say stuff,
proceed.
Right? We're about to see something crazy, I'm telling you. I can feel it in my body right now. Something crazy is going to happen. We're going to get OT. Calling it now. Calling it now. Here we go.
Perhaps off the kickoff.
Wait.
Could be. That's a big bump.
That's a
Ramen
good
looking
double.
for two. No.
Someone's there. It is there. Extreme puts it in me back in the net. Oh my gosh. I mean, I'm having like hot flashes and everything right now. I don't even know. Whew.
Well, Colby called it. He said we were getting at least another one to force this to overtime. It only took a couple of seconds there. Colby predicts the future on that one as we got 50 ticks to go here. Extreme tried to find the triangle shot. It is going to go towards Ramen. Tyro, flip reset is on. Exile looks to put that into the corner. A big bump by Vivid's going to clear this ball free if it's there. And Extreme able to come through with the bump there as we come up on these last 30 seconds here of game 4.
Yeah, I mean, we got 30 seconds left. Anything can happen. We've seen the ice from core at this point. They got some ice now. They're not cold. I mean, they're not hot. They're icy now. They're a different kind of core. All right. And now we have 10 seconds left. That is mid. Are they going to do it? Oh, what a save! It could be in. No, it's not. Stallion, the brick wall. They still have a chance, though. Vivid gets the clear. Extreme has 15 in the booth. Is it? No, they're going to go to OT. I called it. Come on, Beaver.
It is just insane, the series that these ones are having. And it's been Vivid on the back line, and that's it. Ramen for the win.
That is it.
Sends them home. Another kickoff goal. The bane of the core's existence. His last min cements their spot into the top 8.
I told you. Last minute drama. That save from Stallion was unreal. Man, I wish it would have went to game 5. I mean, man, but what a game. Extreme played amazing. And yeah, they finished it off.
Finished it off indeed. Colby, it was a pleasure, but hey, man, it's late. We're going to get this one back over to Rhino Boy and the hostess to wrap off the night.
Thank you very much, guys. It has come back a little bit early, but that's perfectly fine as our 5th game of the day ends with 3 overtimes, with countless numbers of excitement and content for everyone to watch. I bet everyone in chat absolutely loves that game. There was nothing to dislike about it. As that will wrap us up for the first regional here in the Spate Championship Series, with the result being as follows. Last minute, you just saw there were 3-1 victors over the core. We had Pause Up taking down Colonizados 3-1. And there was a forfeit victory for Feliaz as in-person uni dropped down to 11th to 9th spot. Lots of stuff to talk about, but that leaves our top 8 teams ready to battle it out tomorrow are Pirates on a Bot, Silly Billies, Empty Space, Paddy Formula, No Idea, Feliaz, Oars Up, and, of course, Last Minute. I am joined on the desk by Somber, Beaver, and Fresh, as you can see to my left. And I'm going to go down the line, and I'm going to ask you each for a specific moment across today's broadcast that you'd like to shout out that you're going to remember for a long time. Or if you can't remember a specific event, then I want you to talk about a result that you were particularly surprised by. Maybe talk about how that happened. So, Somber, you are the closest to my left. I'm going to come to you first. A particular memory or a particular result that you want to talk about. Go ahead.
Somber's muted.
Somber is muted. That is a very good point.
Just
He'll find his unmute
Okay.
button.
let you know.
There he goes.
There
You got
we
it.
go. As I was saying, I think the most surprising result to me was Next to New going 0-3 out through Swiss. I felt like looking at that roster on paper, that's a team that at least gets a win. But, you know, any given day, you can drop games. It may have just not been your time. GGs go next to the next qualifier, and I think that team still has a lot of potential. And yeah, I think that there are too many amazing moments to pick one in particular. I know we had lots of drama, lots of content was had today, but I think that just the most surprising thing, I thought that Next to New were going to be a sneaky team where people, you know, it's some names that you recognize, but you may not expect them to do much in Swiss. And I guess those people that were expecting much were correct today, but I feel like going down throughout this this whole event, everything that's going to be happening between now and September, I think that they're going to bounce back.
Absolutely, I'm sure they will. Beaver, coming to you next. A moment or a result that you were surprised by?
I mean, it's hard not to go with the recency bias of what I just saw. I mean, being in the lobby, I mean, I can pick any particular moment, and they all come in either overtime or the last 30 seconds of the game. An interesting play was that pinch play that just finds its way home and going to a 0 second. They end up losing that game, but to even get to that point was crazy. And I mean, just the ice in general was the theme of Last Min. I mean, it didn't matter if they had 30 seconds left, if they had a minute left. They were forcing it overtime, and obviously they were able to come through with 2 of the 3 overtime wins. They took the 1 in regulation, and they had a well-deserved spot in the next top 8.
Yeah, Last Minute seems a very apt name for that team,
Right.
without question. Yeah, they named themselves well on that one. Lastly, Fresh, a moment or a result.
It's I'm gonna back up Somber on this too, because I'll bring up a couple of things. But Next to New going 0-3 out was hugely unsuspected. I know that when we were in the call before coming into this, we were looking at the teams. Where I was like, "Whoa, Next to New is here. I know them." I'm like, "They're super good," and then they just out gone. Didn't even they got their participation award, I guess, their emotional support points. But the moment that strikes me the most was when I was casting with Ari, and there was the double tap from Rican to tie the game that put them into overtime, that they ended up winning and going on to win the series from that moment of that turnaround for the first time that they had tied the game after going down by 2 was just absolutely disrespectful, and did it with styling fashion. Rican, if I do say so myself. So props to them, props to Last Minute for living quite aptly up to their name, and moving on to tomorrow's tournament bracket.
Moving on to tomorrow's tournament bracket, indeed, which I do want to talk to you about, Cast, now, because now we've talked about the past. Let's discuss the future. I want each person on this desk to pick the team that you believe will go on to win the Regional 1 tomorrow night. Which team do you have winning it all? There is a slight catch, though. You cannot say the same team that someone else has said. So I'm going to pick the order, All right, I'm going to pick who's going first and last. And there's no bias here. It's just the way that it gets picked out. All right. And whoever you say cannot then be said by any of our other desk members. So I'm going to go Fresh first. I'm going to give him the first pick. Who have you got winning the whole thing?
Dibs, and I'm going to absolutely throw this pick because I really don't know any idea. You know what? I have no idea who's going to win, so my team has no idea. They're right in the middle. They didn't fall too high. They didn't fall too low. I'm going to account for like a couple upsets tomorrow, just like there were a lot of them today. So we'll go a couple upsets. We'll knock out the top few teams, and we'll say no idea is going to come on to win tomorrow.
I like that. I like that. Okay, no idea for Fresh. No one can take no idea from here on in. Somber, who are you thinking is going to go on to win the whole thing tomorrow?
Pop out pick, 100%, but I believe in it. Pirates on a bot. I'm never not going to doubt Knight and Lev. Never not going to doubt those guys. And they did not get upset in Swiss. They did what they had to do. They handled their matchups. They were able to beat the teams that were in front of them. And when it comes down to crunch time, those guys, and like that's no discredit to Wuzzy. Like Wuzzy's a great player, and having that as your third, especially with that dynamic duo of Knight and Lev, like you got to take Pirates on a bot.
Pirates on a bot only lost 1 game out of 10 that they played today. That's a pretty impressive stat. Somber taking the clear favorites you would suggest based on performance today, which leaves Beaver in a very interesting position. Can't take Pirates on a bot, can't take no idea. So who will you say is going to win the whole thing tomorrow?
You know, I actually was not picking either one of those squads. So it ended up working out well for me in general because I think it's going to be Silly Billy. I cannot doubt a player such as T. Corral, one of my favorite players in the scene, a journeyman, as you could call it. But T. Corral he has a lot going on for him. It was a CRL world champion as well. You talk about the ice and playing tournaments that matter. He played one in the biggest stage of the league that he was in. I can't doubt what he has, especially with a player like Darklight as well, that you know is so talented. It can make plays happen individually or on the team aspect as well. It can get past last min and the last min efforts that they go with, but I'm going to have a feeling that it won't quite matter as I believe they're going to hang some crooked numbers up. So Silly Billy's going to be your champion.
There we go. Well, the desk have had their say, but we will find out tomorrow who will take home that $70 and 16 SCS points. But for now, a couple of thank yous for this stream. Thank you, Mirage, for the production for the entire evening. He's been incredible. Thank you to each of our casters who has come across. It's going to take me too long to name every single one of them. We appreciate everyone who's come on the stream. Our sponsors, Glitch Energy, Sawdog Apparel, and Your Pendant for sponsoring Spate. It's we couldn't do this tournament without them, so thank you so much for all your support. The players, of course, for providing such exceptional entertainment throughout the entire day. Nothing less than a 5-game series until that last one, I think, deserves a shout out. And lastly, thank you to all of our viewers for watching all of the action from Regional 1, Split 1, Swiss stage. Join us tomorrow for the final day of Regional 1 as our top 8 teams battle it out to take home 16 SCS ranking points and start their journey to a spot in our major at the end of June. But for now, it's been a pleasure to bring you this stream. See you tomorrow for some more Spate Champions Series action. Take care and peace.